I have my circuit flips in this room fairly often, and I don't know why. It's a little scary. Or well, it's not that it's scary, it's that I don't know if it's like if I'm overloading the circuit or if or something is fucked in the apartment. Like the wiring is fucked and there's a short somewhere. How often? I don't know. It just happened twice this morning. Pulling too many amps? What? I mean, yeah, the yeah, I would imagine so. It would be too many watts, right? I need to, dude, I need to take, we have to have a college course, Ark. Oh no, you can just say amps. You don't have to say watts because it's always going to be 110 volts, right? So if you've got a 40 amp fuse, oh, I should be able to map it, or I should be able to math it out. If it's a 40 amp fuse and we live in the United States, which is 110 volts, it should mean, or is it 120? Then it should be 4,800 watts is what it can handle before the switch flips, right? So as long as I'm not drawing, there's no way I'm drawing 4,800 watts, right? Most breakers are 15. I thought it was 40. I think it's a double. In here, let me check. Milkers. Oh, fuck. Okay, if it's got 15 and 15, does that mean it's 30? Or is it just a 15 amp switch? If it's just 15, or is it two 15s? Are you talking about the breaker? Yeah, I'm looking at the breaker. If it's 15 amps times 120 volts, that means I have 1,800 watts I can draw before it flips the... I don't care about the crowd video. Please stop. Jesus. Then I could probably hit this pretty easily, no? It's a double switch. It's got to be 2 times this. It's got to be 2x or something. If you spread your shit over the sockets connected. Most of my stuff is plugged into one multi-outlet. What do you call the fuck? What? I'm losing my fucking mind. What's the name of the multi-outlet thing? The thing. There's a name for it, and I don't know it. Surge protector, I guess, is a thing you can call it. Sure. If it's double pole, then it is one 15 amp breaker. Wait, seriously? Is that what that means? Or I could just draw it. Is Mel using a 1,500 watt hairdryer? That sounds like an absurd amount of heat. But maybe they are. This is what the breaker looks like. So on some breakers, there's a switch here, and it'll say like 15 amps, right? But then on some, for this room, there's like a double switch, and on this double switch, it says 15 on both. So I would assume it's like a 30 amp thing or something, no? It means it's 15 in total. Oh shit. Well, that sounds really low. I don't understand how I'm not flipping this constantly. How many watts do you think my gaming computer pulls? If I've got a 3090, is it TDP for max wattage? So this graphics card maxed out alone is drawing 350 watts. Processor and everything else. What do you think I wonder what the max draw is on the CPU or on the computer. Probably, if I had to guess, I'd probably guess around anywhere from 600 to 800. That'd be my guess. So if I'm pulling 600 here on my streaming computer, I'm probably pulling what, 400 to 500? I'm not really using a GPU on this, but my CPU is streaming. 400 watts on a CPU? That sounds really high, actually. Hold on, that sounds silly. Don't you have a battery backup? Yeah. But I don't have everything plugged into my battery backup. It would overload the fuck out of it. Computers don't tend to use a ton of amps since their voltage isn't super high. What? This sentence means nothing. What the fuck? Stop. Don't trigger me. It's too early to start this conversation, okay? The thing is, it's not using the same power all the time. You're just discussing the theoretical max, but they aren't going to be using that at all times. Maybe. I mean, for my CPU and my streaming computer, it probably is sitting at like 80% most of the time because I'm streaming, right? It's doing like a ton of work almost all the time. And then if I'm playing a game, I imagine the GPUs tend to sit at around maxed out while they're playing a game, right? Because they're generating as many frames as they can. Destiny, electrician here. That breaker is 100% two different circuits, 15 amps on one, 15 amps on the other. You can verify this pretty easy, actually. This guy has a similar rig, and he's pulling around 500. Check to see if you have outlets in your room that are on a different breaker. No, I would, but I don't, unfortunately. Otherwise, I would, yeah. Actually, I wonder if that plug over there is no different. I just noticed I had another outlet over there. I'll check later. If it dies again, I guess I'll reset. Do you use 1,000-watt PSUs? I don't know. I might have a big one in here, but the wattage of the PSU isn't relevant. That just tells you how much it can handle. Your GPU is probably 50% max while gaming. You aren't playing any demanding games. I feel like if I'm playing Doom, I'm pretty sure that thing is sitting at 100%. I'm pretty sure the GPUs always try to work at around 100%, don't they? Unless you've got like unless you're like limiting the frame rate or something. If you maybe if you put like frame limit to like 60 FPS or 90 or something, maybe it won't. But otherwise, I'm pretty sure they just try to generate as many frames as they can.
Just a reminder, Valheim Mistlands is fun. Not sure it's a good fit for conversations or if it takes too much focus. Love you, buddy.
Dan sounded pretty rough there. Jesus. Can you check what wattage is your PSU and you know the max that the PC will take? That doesn't tell me anything. But okay. All right. Wait, I have to get a few games in. I'm sorry. Fuck me. Give me like 1 hour. And then we'll do JCS time, okay? Can I, I'm gonna ask a weird question. I don't know if anybody is gonna have the fucking answer. I have a PowerPlay mouse pad from Logitech. I got a new fucking mouse and I paired it and I threw away the old fucking mouse, okay? And like a dumb fuck, I forgot to take the fucking battery out of the old mouse. Is there any way to pair a new battery with the PowerPlay thing? Or is it, do I need to just buy another one if I don't have that old battery? Does anybody know? Just Google it? I tried Googling around and I couldn't find anything. It's fucking annoying. Someone in YouTube chat said, if the circuit can take the PSU at full blast, then that does tell you something. Yeah, no. I understand what you're saying, but I'm running 2 computers. There's no way that it can handle both of these at the max output of both PSUs. It would definitely blow whatever circuit I have. So that's why I'm saying it doesn't really matter to measure my max, the max wattage that my PSUs both can handle, because there's no way. I think the mouse only starts charging when it just... No, my mouse died yesterday because it did. And I realized that I remembered then, fuck, after I paired it, I didn't switch the batteries from one to the other. People are talking about pairing. Okay, stop. All right, never mind. You guys... I'm not triggered yet today, and you guys are driving me there, okay? Depending on the wiring, you could switch out the breaker. True, Brandon. Actually, God tier. I'm gonna do that. I'll go buy some tools, and I'll just strip the whole breaker, and I'll just rewire everything myself. Yeah, why not? Seems like a job I could probably do. No big deal. Actually, unironically, I bet it wouldn't be that difficult to do. I'm sorry, that was mean. Way back in the day, we used to, we used to wire our own car stereos, okay? We used to do all of it. We used to strip the wires, tie them together, solder shit if you were a tryhard. Nobody really did that for car stereos, but... What? I never did that? Bakers pop in and out like whatever? I didn't read that, sorry, I don't have time. What's happening? What did I say before that I needed to do to defend against like Terran cheeses? Because no Reaper yet means he's doing something spooky. Wife OP got to go. Wait. What? Jesus. Oh shit, hold on. Whoa. Did I miss a... Jesse, you kind of moved on from this, but just wanted to say 100% load in task manager, 100% power usage. Good evidence to the test of like Pro 95 is alternate for CPU. People to do full load testing with other software. Actually, you know what? That's true because there are things that'll 100%. That's true actually because like Prime 95 can 100% load your CPU and Intel burn test will 100% load it. But I think the Intel burn test will always run a bit hotter than Prime 95. I think that might be true. Yeah. Thank you, Shargain.
Last donor gave me an idea.
Leveled up.
I will punish you every time.
Wait, did we watch this one? We already watched it again.
Ron was dead anyway. Oh no, lottery. Oh no, I fell. Oh no, I throw.
Spare parts, power play wireless charging system. Oh shit, $25. Is this on Amazon? Did you watch this one yet? Oh, I think we did. What was it? Was this run already dead? What is he doing here? Ugh, my copy paste is not working between my computers right now. Why? There we go. Damn, $80 for the charging coin? Wait, how much money would it cost to buy a whole new power play system? Also, the charging coin is only $25 on Logitech's website. Do you have brand loyalty to Logitech? No, not at all, but I like this wireless charging mousepad. Wait, do they not sell the Logitech PowerPlay mousepad anymore on Amazon? Am I crazy? Or maybe it's sold out right now? Oh yeah, this is it. I wonder why this didn't come up. The whole new thing is 110. Fuck, maybe I'll just buy another one. Fuck me, dude. This has got to be a copyright one. That's got to be a copyright one.
You haven't felt it because it doesn't exist. What you call love was invented by guys like me.
Is that right?
Are you sure about it?
Stream sniping been a problem for a few people have stream snipe, but it's mainly just me being bad, so it doesn't really matter much.
I'm living like there's no tomorrow. Because there is no living.
I think I realized it until this moment.
Okay, normal build. Time to get triggered. Hello, hello.
Wait, my headphones aren't in. Oh god. Very bad. Okay. Speak.
Hi.
Hi.
Okay, what's up?
So I have one clarification and then I have a bunch of questions, and that's what I got for you.
Okay, hit me up.
Okay, so I was informed
I really missed the music
that
curation.
when I speak and the way that I choose to communicate, I ask questions, and I'm a bit of a pedantic person. So apparently my way of questioning people to make sure I know what they're saying properly is being interpreted as me being condescending.
Okay.
So if you notice that, you can either tell me or something like that, but I can tell you, like, if I'll ask, if I'll try to like get you or whatever, I'll probably just tell you that if I'm asking a question, like it's it's just like an honest question, you know?
Yeah, no, you're fine.
Most likely.
Okay.
Okay, well, I have a few questions, although I'm a bit confused because I caught a little bit of your stream yesterday,
Yeah.
and I saw there's more sexual assault discourse.
Always.
I'm not updated on that, so I'm quite fearful about it. So I was gonna talk about like your opinions on like progressivism and stuff, but I also prepared questions for the consent shit. So whatever you want to do first, I'm fine with.
Yeah, it's up to you. It's your call, okay? Make it whatever you want it to be.
Well, I don't appreciate being given this much agency, so I would like to hand you the control, and please pick because I don't want to.
We can do the sexual assault stuff first since that's topical.
Okay, sure. So, actually, so what happened was really interesting. I caught like a part of your stream where you were watching that woman. What's her name? Brittany?
Yep.
I don't know who she is or anything like that.
She's
I
a
just saw,
streamer or YouTuber person.
Yeah, I just saw your chat and some comments that you made, and then I saw Erudite was also talking to her. But I guess, and then I did some research, and I found a really interesting video that you made where you were responding to your audience about how apparently, and this might have been a blind spot for me this entire time, where apparently maybe you can tell me if it's true that a lot of people in your audience feels like you're on quote-unquote women's side a lot and you're telling men what they should be doing, but we're not talking about women, what women should be doing. Do you think that's accurate to like feelings of a lot of people that watch you?
It's super going to depend on what content you've seen. There are certain like sexual assault allegation reviews we've done where most of the stuff I have to say is for men, and then there are certain types of allegations we've looked at where most of what I have to say is for women. It just really depends on like what's going on, I guess, or what we're reviewing that particular day.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like there's a certain issue of like, you have so much content, so depending on what it is that you're watching that moment, you might feel very biased towards one side and very biased towards another side on a different day, and it also depends on what you feel like talking about, right?
Sure.
So I guess, let me give you my position, and let me know how you feel about it.
Go for it.
So, and especially I'm informing this based on like, I don't know if you even remember the conversation we had like roughly a year ago with the whole stealthing discourse.
I remember every conversation I've ever had ever. But go ahead.
Okay, I see. So yeah, I think I've polished my opinion on this a bit more. I think there's a confusion that I haven't been aware of, that a lot of potentially even, I'm willing to say women, but I'm not sure. You'll probably have a better perspective on this. Maybe are using the word rape wrong, and that's what you meant during that stealthing discourse when we had that moment, and you were like, they say the word rape, but there's a difference between like stealthing rape and like rape. And it's like, I think that was like a bit of nuance there that I feel like that I missed and I didn't know what you meant. And now I do think I understand it. Because when I describe something as rape, or when I call something rape, all I care about is like consent. So I've realized that a lot of people think that the harm in rape is that it's like traumatizing or harmful. And I believe that it absolutely can be and often is, but that's not really my issue with it. My issue with it is the removal of agency and like the ability to make your own decisions as like an adult human being, you know?
A little bit. I mean, I think the harm part is probably going to be pretty important. There's probably going to be times where there's a lot of times where our agency is compromised and it's not as bad or not as big a deal, or it's okay. But I think with rape, it's probably a bit, it's probably really important in that sense because it's just somebody's removing your agency just to like use you for their own like personal gratification, right?
Okay, and would you then say that's equivalent to just like regular physical assault?
Equivalent? No, I don't think so. I think sexual assault is probably quite a bit different in nature.
Oh yeah, for sure. I just mean in terms of like the removal of agency and how that's more harmful than, for example, like robbing a rich person, you know? Do you want me to connect why I said it like that?
Yeah, what do you mean when you say that?
Yeah, because I was thinking that there's like, basically, if I take $100 bill from a billionaire, that's still stealing, but in terms of the harm being done, it's potentially zero or incredibly minimal, right? But we work under the assumption that if you rape a person, most likely the harm wouldn't be minimal. So you know that's the difference that I see there in those two instances.
Yeah, I guess. Are we trying to rank like if one is okay and one's not okay? Or are we trying to rank like relatively like harms here? Like
Because I was asking you if you think that's like equivalent to physical assault in the sense of like the, because you said that the issue is that basically when you rape someone, you're harming them in a way that we might have more of an issue with than other times where removing agency is more the issue, you know? I feel like your argument is that with something like rape, it is the removal of agency, but also the amount of harm that is being done that is the real issue, when my perspective is just that I am only interested in the removal of agency. You get what I'm
okay,
saying?
yeah. I mean, for the purpose of this conversation, yeah, that's fine. Okay, I understand what you're saying.
Okay, so that's why I was asking like about the physical violence, but if you feel like that's really tangential and you don't get where I'm going with that, so we can just drop that.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I think it's okay.
Okay. So, okay. Let me read my notes for a second.
Go for it.
Okay, yeah. So I think you're on Twitter a lot more than me because I don't have Twitter.
Good
Do you
for you.
feel like women or men or people have a wrong understanding of what rape is?
A wrong understanding of what rape is. In general, I think people's understanding is probably fairly decent.
Okay. The vibe I've been getting from conversations that I've been having, and this is why I kind of started really disliking the discourse around this. It seems like people are very focused on the way that the harm that rape has, in terms of they'll say that it's violating and traumatic and will scar you for life and all these things, and they are true in many cases. They're not always true. But then I feel like maybe, and again, I don't think I'm well versed enough in the internet world to have an understanding of this, which is why I'm asking you. But I think maybe people conflate having negative sexual experiences with consent. So when I hear about men being very worried that they would have sex with a woman and they would feel like she consented, and then they have a negative interaction with her, and then she claims she's been raped because she recontextualized that experience in her head. I'm very open to the possibility that if there's some misunderstanding around the fact that you can have an incredibly negative and even recontextualized sexual experience, that does still not mean that you did not consent to the experience. And maybe there's a misunderstanding around that in our culture right now, is what I'm asking.
Yeah, I guess I'm just not 100% sure what exactly the, or yeah, I think I don't think I disagree with anything you're saying. I'm just not entirely sure what you're saying, I guess.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'll try to be less wordy and less convoluted. I just really care about how my speech can come across. So
sure. I don't understand. Like, are you just trying to say that sometimes people can recontextualize a sexual experience and it could be bad when they recontextualize it? Like, I don't disagree with that. If that's,
I more feel like, because I've had a conversation where someone was really trying to explain to me that a lot of men and even maybe young men are very, very worried about the concept of false allegations.
Okay.
And I don't really believe in it being a statistically significant issue that women lie about it to gain means, but I can see women misunderstanding their experiences and then labeling it as rape, and how that could be harmful if we don't understand what rape actually is. Is that less convoluted?
Yeah, I guess that could happen. I don't think that happens very often, but yeah, I could understand that people are worried about it happening, yeah.
Then what do you think the problem is?
I don't think there's much of a problem at all around false allegations. I don't talk about that much. I think that's generally kind of a thing that red pillars and people have like kind of cooked up a lot.
Okay, so maybe I'm misunderstanding you, but I'm distinctly remembering the conversation we had around stealthing and how I felt like in your arguments there was a lot of anxiety around someone being accused of raping a woman when, as far as they were concerned, there was full consent. So is that something that you're no longer worried about?
Fuck. I would have to remember. I feel like I need to remember what our conversation was about. Because this is just not. It's just not
Fair.
something that I talk about. I just the false rape accusation thing. I think is like so incredibly rare, and it's so much more likely to happen on the other end where they aren't reported or an accusation is given and it's not believed. That this isn't something I typically talk about.
Then I'm sorry. I felt like it was related to things that I've heard you say, especially because, like, as I said, I was watching some of the stream yesterday, and there seems to be a lot of type of discussion in your chat about like Britney feeling like her worldview has always been coddled and no one's ever challenged her and stuff like that. And I felt like that was related, but maybe it's not. And if you don't remember what we talked about a year ago,
Well, let's explore this more. I don't like. I feel like
sure.
Britney's thing had to do with I don't think Britney's thing had anything to do with like false accusations or recontextualizing a sexual experience. No.
So let me be very clear. I'm not
Yeah.
saying that Britney was talking about false allegations. I do. Do you? Okay, maybe I'll go like this. Do you think a woman can experience? Do you think a human can feel that they were raped, but that the person who they had sex with was not a rapist?
Yeah, for sure, of course.
Awesome. I do too. So if that's the case, it's possible that a person would come out of a sexual encounter with the experience that they were hurt or their agency were removed or they were even violated, but that doesn't necessarily condemn the person that they had sex with. But the issue is, it would be when they do turn to that person and they say, you harmed me in this way.
Sure.
Right. So basically, can you tell me briefly, just so I can address it without tangents, like what was the issue with Britney as far as you were concerned? Like, what's the convention?
Well, I think the issue is that I was curious. I was having a conversation on how much does like your background mediate like trauma responses to sexual assault, and some people feel like it doesn't at all. That you're always going to have like traumatic responses irrespective of what happens.
Yeah, that's stupid.
Well, I wouldn't call it stupid. I know you're being mean.
It's stupid.
Okay. But the that was the conversation. But then when some people hear that, some people get the assumption that like somebody's telling like women like, oh, you just need to like get over your sexual assault or whatever.
Okay, then I think maybe this will relate to where I was going to go anyway. So I feel like for me this has more to do with how you, as a very large content creator that most of their base is predominantly men, how certain things you say can be interpreted. So from the very short
I've seen this, I've heard this, and I understand that some people feel this way, but I just don't engage with this much because like you can cut out like 15 seconds of anything and get a certain type of feeling about me. Like half of Twitter hates me right now because they think that I like hate men and I think that like women are always correct about everything. But like if you're cutting 30-second or like two-minute clips depending on the conversation, you can pull whatever opinion you want. I'm either like the biggest feminist that loves women in the world, or I'm literally like a woman hating like pro-rape like defender that thinks that men get false allegations. It just depends on like what you're pulling for 30 seconds. Yeah.
Okay. So this leads me to the question I was going to have, like, about the other topic anyway. So this is great.
Yeah, go for it.
How much of someone's content do you need to watch to be able to critique something that they have said?
It's super going to depend on what you're trying to critique, right? Like if somebody gets really mad at somebody and it's like, you're an N-word, and they call them the N-word, I probably don't need to watch too much to like critique that statement. But if somebody's having like a more complicated or sophisticated conversation about a more nuanced topic, then I'm probably going to need to dig in a little bit.
Okay, so if I saw your many tweets about the stealthing discourse, or you don't remember that? Okay, so if
I remember the stealthing discourse. I do, yes.
Okay, I'll just use this recent example. If I only saw a clip of you asking, was it whether women who are more sexually promiscuous would have a different experience to rape than like a Christian woman? Was it something like that?
Yeah.
Okay, so I think in the context of like a philosophical or just like an interesting discussion, there's nothing wrong with that exchange, right? But depending on how a person, like, I think that if I would have seen that, and with certain biases that I have in terms of how I feel your advocacy is, I would think, oh, this really leans into some like rape apologia stuff. Not that you're doing rape apologia, but that this will be used to bolster arguments of rape apologia, right?
Sure.
So basically, I guess, and again is my question, like, because you have watched not many, I think basically one, and that panel had to do with you. But you have watched me on a panel, and you know none of my content. All you know of me is like our interactions on panels together. So when you say that girl is crazy, or that girl doesn't understand X, Y, and Z, but you don't know my positions, like, how does that relate to how people do that to you, Because you have like thousands of hours of content.
Well, I mean, that's going to relate to like the conversations that we have at that particular point in time, I guess, right?
Okay, so just so in the future, and again, I'm not trying to get you, I'm just genuinely interested in your perspective on this. If I want to criticize you on like the way that I feel you're contributing to negative stereotypes about women, for example, how much content I should be watching, or does it, because I'm gonna tell you my opinion on this is not complete, but I'm thinking it might not necessarily matter as long as I'm not saying Destiny is a misogynist. I'm just saying I watched this specific content of his and my critique is about these specific things that he said. Do you disagree with that?
I guess it just depends on. It depends on the topic. Okay, if somebody says something, let's say that I watch a clip and somebody says something like, I think that women can take more responsibility to avoid sexual assault, depending on the situation they place them in. Let's say somebody says something like that, right? That's like a highly sus statement, right? That's going to throw up a ton of red flags. I'd probably have to investigate a little bit more to find out how I feel about that statement. If I'm talking to Brittany Simon, the lady that I was talking to yesterday, and she says that, I'm probably going to almost completely agree with her. If I'm on Fresh and Fit and Myron says it, I'm probably actually going to push back against that statement. I'm going to say, I don't think sexual assault actually tends to happen the way that you think it does. It's not like a woman is walking down a street and has a dress on and just gets raped. Like usually it's people that like I'll probably explain that. But Brittany knows these things. So when she says it, there's a way different like family of association when she's saying that, in terms of she's probably thinking she's giving more like reasonable advice, things that I would probably agree with, as opposed to like a hardcore red pillar saying, I'd probably like, okay, hold on, let's take a step back and analyze like what exactly is going on. But things like sexual assault and rape, those are like really, really complicated. Or like if we're talking about like racism or like big systemic things, these are things where we're gonna need a lot more context. If it's just like a one-off like analysis of a situation, like, oh, I think Rittenhouse was in self-defense or not, or oh, I think that this gym video, the guy was creepy or not, I'll probably be a little bit more harsh on those judgments for like particular scenarios. But if somebody's giving a really broad analysis of something and making really broad statements, I'm probably going to need to know a little bit more about them before I move into like hardcore condemnation mode. But I'm sure there are some people that I've agreed with because what they said, if I'm charitable enough, works, like Mr. Girl, that I shouldn't have agreed with. And I'm sure there are some people that I probably disagree with, where people, this will happen, unfortunately, with Jordan Peterson sometimes, where he'll say something and I'm like, this is so stupid. But then I dig in a little bit more and I'm like, oh, okay, well, given what he's talking about, actually, I think I kind of like, I can understand what he's saying now when he means when he says this. I kind of agree with that now. So it just
Like the video I sent you?
Which video?
I sent you him talking about sophisticated and unsophisticated women, and
oh yeah, I think that's a video that because I know his psych background and everything. But even without it, I think that video was pretty reasonable. Everything I saw was like, this makes sense. Yeah.
Really? Okay. I think considering what you said, and like knowing more about Jordan Peterson's content and some of his own like personal biases, I'm surprised that you're actually willing to take it so, I guess, face value in a way.
I think Peterson, when he's talking politics, he's just a fucking moron. But I think Jordan Peterson probably has some of the best stuff to say and advice relating to women that I think I'd ever heard somebody say online, like pre 2019. He was really good at talking about the differences between men and women when it came to things like negotiations, when it came to things like different big 5 traits that would predispose you to certain things. And he would talk about how in his personal practice, how he would work with women to overcome some of these things. And that if you are a woman, it's good to be aware of like potential deficiencies in certain traits that will hurt you in a workplace, navigating those environments. I thought all of that advice was really good. Now, when he's talking systemically or politically, he's a fucking retard. But his personal advice, I think, was usually pretty on point. And again, if we want to revisit that video about the sophisticated, unsophisticated women, we can go through it if you want. We can watch it now. I'm not doing anything else. But I thought that everything he said was like pretty much on point. Yeah. Do you want? If you want, you can look again. And we can.
I'd love to.
Yeah, go for it.
Do you want me to pull it up?
Just shoot me the link again and we can watch it. We can start it at the same time.
Okay. That I don't want to poison the well too much, but it was interesting because I sent you that, and then I ended up watching a little bit back, and the certain like I was steel manning him. I was steel manning him in my head to try to like not take him out of context. And then I watched back, and it turns out that the biases that I had were completely correct. And like I still manned him, even though he was making the implications I was worried that he was making anyway. So I just thought it was funny that I decided to take him at face value. And he's very good at asking you to take him at face value and then like inserting a bunch of shit in there.
Okay.
But yeah.
Are you... I'm... Turn this on. Let me know when you're ready to go, and I can start this as soon as you're ready.
I need to watch your stream for this, right?
Or we can just start it at the same time.
No, I'll just watch. It's fine.
Okay, tell me when to stop, and I can start.
Then
this.
I'll just mute the call.
If you want to, okay. I'll watch about 2 minutes of this. I think that's what you're thinking. Okay.
Cool.
3, 2, 1, boom.
It's like you're not sophisticated enough to. And I saw this in my clinical practice all the time. You know, I had lots of women in my clinical practice who were abused serially. And, you know, they were generally stunningly unsophisticated in their conduct. And I'm not trying to blame the victim. I'm just saying that sophisticated women, and those are often those they've had a lot of good relationships with men, brothers and fathers in particular. Sophisticated women signal to men who are getting a little pushy, in no uncertain terms, very early in the pushing game, that no is the answer, right? And they do that. If you do that really early on in the investigation, you don't have to use much force. But unsophisticated women, they can't do that at all. They don't know how. And then what happens is they run into an unsophisticated guy. He's too dumb to pick up any clues. And then by the time she really wants to say no, she's already on the bed. I'll give you an example of this. You know, I had one client who was coerced in her account into a sexual encounter by a door-to-door salesman. You know, typical pornographic fantasy setup. So this young guy is going around door-to-door selling whatever he's selling. So he's not one of the world's high-status males, let's put it that way. And, you know, and I suppose he's probably got all sorts of fantasies running through his pornography pornography-addled brain. And so he comes to the door and she's in the house and she's a reasonably attractive young woman and he's friendly. And well, the first thing she does is invite him in. Now that's stupid. She's alone. She doesn't know who he is at all. And she invites him in. Well, he thinks, oh my God, what is she at? You know, maybe she really likes me. And you already said that men, and this is especially true if they're narcissistic and immature, radically overestimate the degree to which a woman's attention is signaling sexual availability for obvious reasons. And so he's thinking, oh my God, this is my big chance. And so then he starts to press her and she has no tools at her disposal at all because she has no idea how to signal no. And let's say she's agreeable and neurotic with a bit of a history of abuse. And the next thing she knows, she finds herself on the couch, 3/4 undressed. And then the question is, well, is that rape? And well, then that's the question. That's when the police come in and the lawyers come in and, you spend the next 3 years trying to figure out whether or not that's rape. But it's so my point with all that is that it's an open question how much protection women need from the males around them. And then it's an open question exactly how to construe the crime of irresponsible access to a young woman from a site.
Okay.
Yeah, now it just connects to his point that like making rape as a property crime is better than having rape be a crime against a woman.
Wait. If you're going to summarize it like that, I need to listen to what he actually said. Hold on.
Sure, go back. It's
One
literally what he said.
Wait, go back? You think he already said that?
He did say that. I
Wait.
can give you the exact timestamp. That was like well, to be fair to Jordan Peterson, he said, we should consider that there were a lot of advantages at making rape. Sorry, I'm being condescending, but yeah, he did say that.
Wait, he hasn't said that in this yet. I need to listen more, right? For him to say that.
You need to go back. He's making the point for it.
Wait, so I listened to him say that?
No. Okay. So this segment that we watched,
Yes.
right, is just him going on a tangent, as he often does. But the greater segment of this video of his was him just making an argument that we should consider that there was value in.
Okay, I'm going to listen to some of this. 125.50 is rape a property crime?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, give me 1 sec, or give me 2 minutes. I'm listening to this.
To a long-term partnership, obviously, on the male front, because you want to be assured of paternity. And so, these are very intense games that men and women play with each other, and they're no-holds-barred games because everything's at stake. But again, it devolves down to this issue of being able to say no, even under intense temptation and provocation. So I don't know how it is that we start teaching young women. Well, we can just start by not lying to them about absolutely everything, which is what we do now. But I don't know how it is that young women can be taught that the most potent weapon they have is their ability to say no, and that's actually a weapon of formidable force, and that it does nothing but confer status upon them. And the fact that you said already that what you see is that it's the obviously high status, high desirable women who are figuring this out first is an indication of that, because obviously they're the ones that are going to be able to wield that power in the most effective possible manner. But that doesn't mean that it's not useful for women farther down the hierarchy. And you also said something about women are enjoined to believe they have to be sexually accessible to make themselves successful on the dating market, but I don't believe that's true at all. I think that's a myth. I think that
Thank you, the timestamp.
if you have nothing else.
Oh, hold on. Okay, let me listen 1 second.
Well, here's something else that's worth pondering. You talked about one of the advantages of the sexual revolution was the transformation of the idea that rape was a property crime, let's say, into a crime against the woman herself. And I would say, look, I have plenty of sympathy for that perspective. And I think it's fundamentally true. But I'm going to push back because, all this is all very complicated. It isn't obvious to me that offers women enough defense. And so the counter argument might be if untrammeled sexual access to a young woman is a crime, in order for that to be recognized as a crime properly, it has to be viewed as something that will bring the males on her side to her defense in principle. Now, maybe not, right? Because you could say, well, maybe we could set up a society where merely, quote, transgressing the rights of a woman to say no is sufficient. But it's not obvious to me that that's sufficient. Like maybe sufficient means not only do you violate the integrity of the woman in a fundamental sense, but you enrage all of her male protectors. And then that's enough of a barrier, because God only knows how much barrier we need. And obviously, well, you just laid out a bunch of problems, especially now that the pill introduces, and we should stress that. The problem that women have in saying no once they're on the pill is that it's instantly personal. And that means the woman has to deliver a pretty hard blow. And that's especially problematic if she's somewhat potentially interested in the guy, right? How do I say no without hurting his feelings, alienating him, making him into an enemy, looking like a prude? And I mean, when you're 16, you don't know the answer to any of those questions. Like, you're not sophisticated enough to. And I saw this in my clinical practice all the time. I had lots of women in my clinic.
Okay, pause it. Wait, so what is he saying that you think is disagreeable here? I'm curious. Hello? Oh, she turned her stuff off completely.
Okay. Do you think that someone can imply or bolster an idea without saying, I support this?
Yeah, of course.
Hello? Yeah. Wait, you can't hear me?
Hello, hello?
Hello?
Okay, hi, I can hear you now. Your thing was deafened. Okay, what's that? What's the
Sorry.
question? Okay.
Okay. Do you think someone can bolster a point or imply something without saying, I 100% support this point?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, cool. So Jordan Peterson didn't say, I think making rape a property crime against men, rape of women, a property crime against men is what I want. He just said, I'm very sympathetic to the point of rape being a crime against the woman, but I'm not sure that that's good enough to protect women. Do you think that's sincere?
Yes. Compared to the alternative that he views women as property and he's just masquerading as a psychologist. I think what he's saying, everything made sense to me. You can tell me if there's a part that didn't seem, I guess, coherent there, but.
Okay. Very quickly. I understood what he said. So you're saying it's coherent to you that for him, he thinks there's value in making rape a property crime against men?
Property crime against men?
Yes, a woman is being raped, and then you persecute or prosecute? Sorry. You prosecute them for doing a property crime against their husband or father.
No. That's not what he's saying at all. What he's saying... No. Hold on. So what he's saying is that for any legal system to carry sufficient weight, you probably need men bought into the system as well. And what he's saying is he's not fully convinced that men are sympathetic to the plights of women when it comes to rape. But men tend to care about property a lot. So if you make rape a property crime, now you've incensed men in that if rape is a property crime, I don't know if I believe this, but this is just what he's saying. He's saying that men would be more invested in the outcomes of rapes if they viewed it as a crime that they had more familiarity with, essentially. It didn't have to do with a woman gets raped so her husband gets to sue because that's his property. It just has to do with treating your person as property and saying if somebody violates your property, then it counts as a crime, yeah.
So if a woman is being raped, Jordan Peterson's solution is saying instead of it being a violent crime against a human, we should make it a property crime against that woman, because that would make men more amicable to it.
Essentially,
you're
yes.
saying?
Yes.
And you think that's what he said?
I know that's what he said. That is what he said.
Then why did he bring up male protectors?
What do you mean bring up male protectors?
He said that, and we can watch it again, but he said that he's not sure that having the concept of like a rape just being a crime against a woman is powerful enough. So what he wants to do is make it a crime that would anger the men in her life.
No. It's not anger the men
He
in her life.
literally said that.
That's.
I'm quoting.
Okay, if you
Do
want, we can go
me to
back
pull
and.
the
Yeah,
transcript?
yeah. Okay, we can go back to the specific time if you want. I know what he's saying here. What he's saying is that if rape is treated as rape, which is a thing that generally, the way that it comes out, women deal with generally, that men aren't very emotionally bought into that proposition that rape is bad. This is not, because it's like a lot of men just can't relate. But if it's a crime against a person, and a person is your property, you are your own property, men do relate more to things like men love talking about, oh my God, if you break into my house, I'm going to shoot and kill you. I'm going to protect my last castle. I'm going to fucking stand my ground. I'm going to shoot and kill. Like, that's a thing that men plug into more. So if rape is treated as property crime, it gets them to buy into the concept more. That's the argument that he's making. Yeah.
So if you would give me 2 minutes to look for the exact quote that I'm looking for, I'd appreciate it.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay, it's going to be pretty hard to fight me out of this one, though, because I feel like I understand his point pretty well. And if you're just going to give me like one sentence.
We can rewatch the whole
Sure,
thing
yeah, we can
again.
rewatch- yeah,
I'm
go,
pretty
yeah.
confident about this as well, so I'm not particularly like scared of sitting
Okay.
on this, you know.
Sure.
Cool. Okay. You're waiting for me then?
Yeah,
You
wait,
said
was
you
that... Were you,
rewatched it.
oh,
I'm
did,
so confused.
wait, I thought I was waiting for you to give me the quote, which, if I rewatch it, I'm going to come to
You
the
said
same
you
opinion.
didn't want a quote.
I just said that if it's just going to be like a one-line thing where he says
Oh
something
my
like
God.
men in her lives, and you're like, look, he means the men that own her. I'm going to say, no, I don't think that's a fair characterization of what he's saying. But I can,
No.
okay,
Do you want to
I'll
watch the whole thing?
yeah, I'll listen to the whole thing again. Yep, hold on.
Awesome.
Okay.
Well, here's something else that's worth pondering. You know, you talked about one of the advantages of the sexual revolution was the transformation of the idea that rape was a property crime, let's say, into a crime against the woman herself. And I would say, look, I have plenty of sympathy for that perspective. And I think it's fundamentally true. But I'm going to push back because, you know, this is all very complicated. You know, it isn't obvious to me that offers women enough defense. You know, and so the counter argument might be if untrammeled sexual access to a young woman is a crime, in order for that to be recognized as a crime properly, it has to be viewed as something that will bring the males on her side to her defense in principle. Now, maybe not, right? Because
Okay, is this the line that you had problems with? Or is that the one that you think is proving your point?
One of them, yeah.
Okay, so he's saying bring the males on her side to her defense in principle. The idea is getting men on board with being like with viewing your rape as something that's bad. That's what he's saying.
Okay, so you're saying he doesn't want it to be a property crime against the men?
No.
He's just saying men don't care about women being raped.
Yes.
But if you tell them it's a property crime, they will care?
Yes.
Okay. Let's say that that's true.
Okay, I think that's, by the way,
I mean,
hold
it's
on, just to
better
be
than
clear,
a property
real quick,
crime
real
thing,
quick, real
but-
quick, real quick.
Yeah,
I would not say this is a charitable reading. I would say this is an obvious reading, in my opinion, but go ahead.
Okay, sure. So, every person that I have spoken to, and Sam Cedar made a video about this as well, that wasn't the interpretation that we got. It seemed pretty obvious to a lot of other people.
Well,
and maybe we're
I
all
understand
stupid
that
and you're
because
the only smart one.
Peterson breaks a lot of progressive brains, and that he can say 1 + 1 = 2, and there's going to be like 52 video essays about how that's not necessarily true in like non-Euclidean spaces or something. Like,
So
yeah.
you really think that's like that he said 1 + 1 = 2 there?
I think what he just said, I don't know if it's necessarily true, but I understand the validity. The argument is valid. I don't know if the
Valid?
Yes, I don't know if the premises are true, but if he's saying that if it is the case that men can relate to property crime more than they can to the sexual assault of a woman, then making rape a property crime is more likely to have men come to the defense, like judicially or societally, for women when it happens. That's the argument he's making. That's plainly obvious to me.
Do you think it's possible that in the same way that you criticize people for having biases that obscure them, you might also have that issue with this?
Hold on. Okay, wait. Oh, shit. Hold on. Sorry. I got triggered. Let me... Give me a minute.
I apologize.
No, you're fine. Don't worry. It's all good. Let me... If you're going to claim that I have a bias, I think you're going to have to point in the text to something that I'm missing or interpreting incorrectly. I think my interpretation is strong, and I think I can support it with the text. If you want, we can go through the transcript and we can both write like a 2-paragraph thing on supporting each of our arguments. If you want to do that, I have nothing going on today. I can do this if you want to do it. Well, I have to do this.
that.
Huh? Okay. Let me see if I can load the transcript for this.
Just to make very clear,
Yeah.
are we doing this to prove that one of us is right, or to prove that both of our interpretations are valid?
I don't believe your interpretation is valid. I don't think it can be supported at all.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Then I can take that challenge. So, do I just look at the transcript and do
Yeah,
this,
I'm gonna
or-
copy paste it for you in a second. Okay, hold on.
Cool.
Yeah, which is a painful
Right,
thing to
because
deliver.
that's the only excuse you have left.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Well,
Hold on, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to find where this ends.
Oh yeah, I'm just freaked out that you're waiting for me on something
No,
again.
you're good.
Just, like, stressing the fuck out.
Be millful.
I can just copy it myself if you want.
Well, now I'm working on it. So, oh my god, this is so annoying. Fuck me. There's got to be like an easier way to
You can make a Google Doc that we can both edit.
Yeah, hold on. Okay, sorry. Are you fucking serious? Is there a way to like delete all numbers if I select a row? Do you think I'd be able to do that?
No, no. I tried. You have to do it manually. It's awful. Wait, toggle timestamps. Ooh, you can toggle timestamps.
Yeah.
And then it does delete all the numbers.
Okay. Jesus. Okay, here you go. Oh, and I can't copy paste it over here. Fucking kill me, dude. I fucking hate Synergy. Okay, there. Okay, this is the text, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god. End, del, down, repeat. Okay. Don't worry, we'll get there in the end, guys. Okay. Okay, what is your like thesis? What do you think he's saying? Tell me this real quick.
Okay, do you want to just go over it line by line?
No,
and
I just want you to
say,
tell me so that
agree?
I'm going to write something real quick, and then but I want you to tell me what your thought is, so I know what I'm arguing against real quick. I think I know. I just want you to state it again for me.
My interpretation of the entire thing was that Jordan Peterson was either implicitly or explicitly saying that there would be value in making rape of a woman a property crime against the men in her life.
Wait, but you don't... Wait, say that one more time. I'm sorry.
Okay. My argument is that Jordan Peterson, in that entire paragraph, either implicitly or explicitly was making an argument for the benefits, maybe that helps, of making a rape of a woman a property crime against the men in her life.
When you say against the men in your life... Hold on, I'm sorry, hold on, one second, hold on. I'm sorry, hold on, give me 1 second. Destiny, you fucking moron, it clarifies literally his position in an instant unless you think Jordan Peterson's a liar. If you're tasked with writing an argumentative essay, given the text, you can't pull in outside stuff. You fucking retard. That's why I'm not going to his other fucking tweets or whatever. I think you can justify what he's saying in the text. I don't want 50 million other fucking things because I think it's justified with what's said right here. That's why I'm not linking external tweets. I go, oh look, I'm right. Because there could be another tweet that says something different, but that's not relevant to the conversation we're having. Holy shit. Fucking kill your video game, Hi, sorry. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you think he's saying that the thrust of your argument is that you think that he's saying that he just wants like men that own her or what?
Basically, yeah, reverting back to a time when a woman was a man's property, and then if you infringe on the woman, you are doing a property crime against the man.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Give me 1 second. Okay.
No problem.
Okay. Okay, give me. Okay, I've read this. I've absorbed this into my brain. Okay, I see it now. Can you give me your justification from the text where you feel like he's making the argument that she doesn't have any bodily autonomy? Because what you're making a few claims. He wants women, or he's arguing women should be the property of men.
Wait. Just very quickly.
Yeah.
Are we removing the whole bullshit about he didn't actually say? Are we addressing what he implicitly is saying or what he implicitly argues for, or do? Because if not, then you're saying that I'm saying that he said that. Jordan Peterson is very good at avoiding accountability. So he said,
hold on. I think
there's
you guys,
an argument for this.
Yeah. Okay. I think you guys have a problem where you see ghosts everywhere when it comes to Jordan Peterson. Instead of just taking him at face value, you're the one that's making the implication. That's what I have to. You're the one that's. So if you want to go without implication, you ought to lose the argument, right? Well, I'm trying to find out where he's actually saying.
Wait.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm not you guys.
Well, when I say you guys, I'm saying like you're using things that I've heard progressives say in the past to avoid ever engaging with anything Jordan Peterson says. That he's very good at not taking accountability. Yeah, but that's not.
I understand, but I feel like that's unfair towards me because I'm willing to do this exercise with you. And I even said, I'm gonna say if you can say that these both arguments are valid, I think that's a very charitable interpretation, but I'll take it. You're the one that's saying that my interpretation is invalid.
Yeah, because I don't think there's anything here to support that he's saying women ought to be the property of men.
He would never say that. What he said is there were advantages, right? He says it's worth pondering the advantages before the sexual revolution.
And what
the transformation of rape being a property crime to a crime against the woman herself. This is all from the transcription.
Okay.
So are we both on board that, I don't know if it was before the sexual revolution, he doesn't like the pill, whatever. Are we both on board that in the past, women were men's property and infringing on a woman was infringing upon a man's property?
Sure.
Awesome. So I feel like when he's saying one of the things that happened after the sexual revolution was the transformation from property infringement to rape being an offense against the woman herself. And this is all from the transcription.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay. I see how you're reading it. I'll upgrade it to impossible to just incredibly uncharitable, but I guess I can give you that.
Okay. So,
wait, hold on. Let me just read. I'm just rereading the end of this one time. Okay. All right. Yeah. I'll upgrade it to uncharitable, but go for it.
Okay. So, do we have to continue, or can I just address the uncharitable?
We can go wherever you want from here.
Cool. Can you just say that my interpretation isn't invalid then, just so I can have?
Well, that's why I said I upgraded you to uncharitable. I think it's an uncharitable interpretation.
Thank you. Okay, then my job here is done. No, I'm kidding. Okay, cool. Do you think it's still uncharitable if I know Jordan Peterson's content, and in that, with that context in mind, like you argued earlier that depending on what you know about this person's opinion, you might have more inferences into what they're actually saying. Do you think it's still uncharitable of me? I guess you would say that because you think all of my interpretation of his other content is also skewed. Is that what you're gonna say?
If there was other content where Jordan Peterson is talking about or advocating for or making claims that women would be better off being property of men, then I would be more amenable to that position, but I'm not aware of that content.
Okay, so you don't think that if I generally could prove that Jordan Peterson has an issue with misogynistic ideas and a certain reverence to the patriarchy, that wouldn't be enough for me to infer that he could make the argument that women being men's property would be better for women?
No, that's way too detached.
Detached. Okay.
That like maybe some of the things I think he said in the past might have been misogynistic. Therefore, he's talking about how women should be property now. That's way too much.
That's not what I said.
Okay.
Right?
If we can point to like something a little bit more specific, where he said in the past, like, well, women, when they're property of men, things go way better, or et cetera, et cetera. If he says things like this a lot, then I'm probably like, okay, yeah, that maybe that's kind of what he's pushing at here. But
so reverence to the patriarchy is not enough as well.
no.
Okay. So this is where, and again, I'm enjoying this conversation, so try to not get triggered right now.
Try my hardest.
But, okay, don't you think that if you're going to say that I'm uncharitable, you're being unbelievably charitable to the point of bias?
I don't know. I don't think so. Here's my issue. In analyzing all of this, has he said anything wrong?
Well, he couldn't have said anything wrong because he just said, "Let's think about this idea," right?
Well, no, he made a lot. He made a couple of claims in here. He asked us to consider some things.
Okay. Okay. I actually like that you're asking this. I think that he's wrong to say that women would be safer. Wait, are we working off the assumption that we're doing property of men right now? Are we just considering that for the sake of the argument?
Let's just consider it a property rights thing, because I think your body could be your property.
Matters
That's why I'm saying let's just do where he's assuming that like your body is your property and you have like property rights or whatever about it.
Okay. I feel like that weakens my argument, but I feel like I could still make.
Okay, let's do property rights then. Let's just do full on property rights. Is he saying anything incorrect? Let's like lower the woman as the property of the man.
Okay. If he's saying that the woman is the property of the man, and that somehow grants extra defense to women, that implies that currently the law says you cannot rape women because that's a violent crime. Well, it says you can rape, but yeah, so it's a violent crime. And he's saying if we changed it to how actually it's not a violent crime, it's just a property crime against men, rapists would be less inclined to rape, not because it's illegal, because they're both illegal, but because it's like a social pressure from not to anger the men. And that would protect women.
Yes.
You think that's valid?
What do you think? I'm asking you, don't do that. I'm asking you if you think it's invalid. Tell me why. Don't just ask me incredulously and then move on.
What's incredulously?
Incredulously, because that statement seems self-evident to me. But it seems it's rough.
So,
but like, for instance, like if I ask, like, let's take like a racist white man in the South and bring back slavery. Is a racist white man in the South more likely to protect his slave than he would be like a random black person on the street? The answer to that is probably yes. But I mean, like, it's obviously that's like it's a very extreme example. But yeah, go ahead. But tell me if you think it's wrong.
Example? Okay.
No. Let's stick with the ownership of the women one. Go ahead.
No, of course. I'm just saying that, like, my way of saying why it's not self-evident is to, like, throw at you a bunch of, like, examples for how that would not protect women.
Okay, go for it.
Okay. So, if a woman is 90 years old and she doesn't have a husband or dad, what men are in her life supposed to be threatening her rapists?
Probably none, I would imagine. Or family members, I guess.
Okay, so that doesn't protect her more, right?
Sure.
Okay, cool. That's example number one. What about lesbian women?
Probably also not protected.
Are they still owned by their dad?
Probably not protected, yeah.
Okay. Should I give more? You see where I'm going with this, right?
Yeah, I think you're making a really good point right now.
Thank you. And this is not addressing addressing the thing that really matters to me. That is, like, I find it very morally abhorrent to claim that.
Sure, but we're not doing because the morally abhorrent stuff is the most thought terminating, brain dead shit in the world to go with any of these arguments. What you just brought up were really good points, though. Screaming this sounds like, oh, morally abhorrent. Like, no one fucking cares. It's so boring. But saying that, like,
can I ask you something?
Yeah.
So I get that this is how you get your content, but, like, I've engaged completely with, like, trying to make the arguments that you want to make. So, like,
sure.
When I just say, hey, I also think this is morally bad, Like, this isn't me falling into the stereotype of whatever you want me to be. I just, like, it was important for me to say.
Sure, I understand you're saying that, but when you say something is morally abhorrent, all we're doing is hardcore begging the question. What we're saying is not persuasive to anybody, and it only signals to an audience that already agrees with us that we're on their side. That's why, like, if I'm making an argument about something, I've never been like,
explain to you why it's morally abhorrent, but I think you know why.
yeah, but I don't care because you're going to explain it to me, but I already agree with you, right? You're not going to explain it to somebody that thinks that women should be property and then get them to agree with you because they're going to say, oh, well, I disagree fundamentally. Men and women are different. Women are the property of men. They're like, there's that.
Well,
starting...
I would, but okay.
Okay.
Let's go back to when you were
let me just finish this point, please. Okay,
yes,
holy
yes,
shit.
Yes.
The argument of Jordan Peterson is making the argument that if women were property, it would protect them more from rape and sexual assault, okay? You bring up a really good counterpoint.
Men, yes.
You bring up a good counterpoint that there are some women in society that fundamentally lack that male protection. Maybe older people that are widows that don't have husbands anymore. Maybe women that are not in relationships, or maybe women in relationships with other women. That's a really good counterpoint to what he's saying, and it would further the conversation. That would be interesting. All I was saying is saying like
also women who are ostracized from the men in their lives.
Yes. All I'm saying is that saying something is morally abhorrent that's not like an argument or response to anything. It's just like I just want you guys to know I'm on your side. I'm just saying it. That's the only reason I said that. The other points you brought up were good points. Okay. Okay. Go ahead. Okay. What's the next part you want to go to?
Okay, so we said that. So you asked me, is there anything wrong about what he's saying? Like, is he wrong?
Sure. And you just brought up 3 counterexamples. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
The only other things I can think about in this part, because I actually sent you the sophisticated, non-sophisticated bullshit, which comes after this. But in terms of the whole property discussion, yes, there's, let me go over it in my head. There's the argument that some women do not have the protection of men. There's the moral argument that you don't want to talk about, that law and we say that women deserve protection whether or not men like them or not. Do I have any more arguments that aren't moralistic? Yeah, I guess it just confuses me. What would be the point of having law then? Because if we're just counting on the social pressure of men protecting the women in their lives, we can just have it so rape isn't illegal and just have it so whenever a woman is raped, the men in her life just go and execute the rapist. We don't need law.
My feeling, if I'm thinking of these things in principle, then the feeling isn't necessarily just having men personally in your life to go beat up people that are raping people. It's more broadly speaking, it's the idea that men in society having a buy-in to that particular topic means that you're more likely to see enforcement across the board because it's a thing that men will care about.
Okay. And again, I will just say, now you're not saying, oh, from the text that he's saying it's self-evident. Like, you're doing a lot of stretching here.
Well, he literally used the expression in principle. I think he says that will bring the males on her side to her defense in principle.
Yes. And you're saying, and this is, I thought we already agreed on this, but you think that the in principle is men care about property rights? Because capitalism brain rot, I guess, or something. And my
property
argument
has existed way before and after.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Oh my god. Okay.
I know you made a random capitalism been okay, sure, that's fine. Well, you're not going to
make any joke.
Okay,
whatever.
Thank you.
It's like, geez, you are such a triggered. It's fine. I won't joke. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah. So you're saying it's about caring about property rights, like men care about that generally more than rape, and I'm saying men care about their property rights being infringed upon. So I guess that would just be like a fundamental disagreement that we have on that, which I thought we already summarized.
Sure. Okay. Well, what's that next part?
Next part in this, or what? Do you want to go back to the clip I actually sent you that we were meant to talk about?
Yeah, if you want to, sure.
The sophisticated one?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. So I guess the point, if I were to conclude anything, is that the point that I'm trying to make is that earlier we talked, and you said that when Myron says something, you're going to push back hard because you know Myron, you know what he's probably going and what he's trying to say. And you know Brittany and you know she's going, what she generally has in her head. So I think that considering, and I get that maybe you think it's invalid because you think progressives or leftists have like brain rot around Jordan Peterson. But if we just assume for a second that they are actually correct and he's a misogynist that reveres the patriarchy and wants to preserve it, that means that when you're there saying, well, this one thing that he said is correct, it might even be technically correct. I mean, when he tells you to make your bed, yes, that is a good advice. But generally speaking, when you support individual things out of context that he said, that does support like a greater narrative, especially if he uses those certain things, right? Like if you take this statement that he made and it has two valid interpretations, like you and I said, and then you say there was nothing wrong about what he said, to people like me, that sounds like you're okay with, you think it would protect women better if they were men's property.
Okay. This is okay. I think this mental gymnastics thing can only happen like on Twitter or in hardcore academia. I think that to most normal people, so here, this is like what's happening in your mind. You're saying that if you agree with statements that Jordan Peterson makes, even if those statements on their face are correct, you really have to take into account his full body work and understand that by endorsing some statements that might be correct, you might also lead people into...
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Oh my God. Okay. Restate it.
Okay. I'm saying if you take statements that Jordan Peterson is making at face value, while ignoring that he might making those exact statement with some implicit implications, that is what bothers me.
Okay,
right?
you just restated exactly what I was going to say. You're saying that we need to take into account the full context of everything Jordan Peterson is saying, because when you agree with some of his statements, there's going to be other times where he's making similar statements with statements like that, where he's like explicitly calling for way more misogynistic action, right?
Okay, I see why you think it's the same. Okay, I'll agree
tell
with
me
that,
why.
just
Okay.
for the sake.
My problem is every single person on the outside is going to look at somebody saying something that's obvious, and then you're going, well, no, I can't agree with that. That's wrong. And then nobody's going to want to listen to what you're saying. When I say you, I mean broadly speaking, like progressives. I think that's a huge issue that's going on, that people will say things like black people commit more crime than white people, or women tend to be weaker than men, or trans women are different than cis women. People will say things like this, and the argument is always like, well, no, actually all of the police statistics are biased, so that's not true. Well, no, actually, women can be just as strong as men. Well, no, actually, there's like a caveat for every single thing, and I think
Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
Okay. So when somebody says 1350, for example, first of all, do you think that's a dog whistle or not?
Yeah.
Just so I can know.
Yeah, it can be.
Okay, sure. So let's say that there was a time where that statistic happened. I know there's some, whether it's like a consistent statistic or just like, okay, well, and let's not do the 1350. Just black people in the United States do more crime, okay? When somebody says that, face value, it is a correct statement.
Yeah.
But I think it's interesting to say, face value, it's correct, what's the issue? When you're a smart person, so you know that most people who say that statement immediately follow with, and therefore we should ... and it's almost never good for black people.
Sure, but I understand what you're saying.
Can I just finish my point?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I'm saying that certain things, when people say something, whether it's true or not, I'm asking myself, why are they saying this? And some of the times, and I'm not here to defend all progressives, I am myself. I think for myself, whether you or your audience believe that or not. And so sometimes I believe a person said something because they're trying to further a certain idea or agenda. And in that case, I'm not going to say that they are wrong, but I'm going to challenge what they're saying.
Okay. Are you done?
Yes.
Okay. The problem with that is what I said before, is the impression to every single person on the outside is that you're running from the truth because you're trying to obscure the truth. That's the issue that you run into when you run away from dog whistles. I think rather than running from dog whistles, you should just accept that the statement is true, accept it on its face, and then push on the prescriptions that somebody makes after. 1350.
I agree with you.
Right, let me fucking finish, please. Okay. You don't agree with me because that's not what you said. You just said the exact opposite thing. You said that if you think that somebody has a bad intention or a bad prescription in mind at the end of it, that you're going to push back the entire time. You gave the exact opposite answer. Okay? So what I'm telling you is no, if somebody says 1350 or if somebody says some other dog, we say, okay, yeah, that's true. That is true. What do you want to do about it? And then you move on to the next part of the conversation and then you fight there. You don't fight them descriptively on every single point they're making down the road because all that does is it gives the impression to everybody on the outside that, wow, this person is afraid of the truth. This person is pro-censorship. This person is somebody that's trying to hide what's reality, and then you lose all credibility, and then the dog whistlers win.
So, I misspoke if I gave you the impression that when I said I will fight them, I meant I will deny that black people do more crimes statistically. I meant that I would be concerned about the implications that they're saying. Because I think pointing out dog whistles is pointless and a waste of time, and you should just engage with people trying to imply that that means we should do X, Y, and Z.
Okay, if you agree with that, then we agree fully. But it sounded like you said literally the exact opposite thing earlier. But if that's what you agree with, then I agree with what you're saying, sure.
Then as I said, if I gave you that impression, then I misspoke. That's not what I meant.
Okay.
Cool. So we agree on that. Do you want to do the unsophisticated bullshit?
Go for it, yeah.
Awesome. that was a while ago. So we watched that part. Do you want to pull the transcript on it? Oh my god.
You can give me your impression of it, and we'll see where we disagree.
Okay, let me try to remember my exact critique on that. I was ignoring how weird it is to call it sophisticated and unsophisticated. Yeah. I guess, do you remember that video, generally speaking?
Didn't we just watch it? Am I crazy?
We did. I'm just making sure that you remember.
Yes, I watched
okay,
it, yeah.
cool.
Okay, go ahead. I do remember.
Good. Because you said that you remembered the stealthing thing, and then you did. Okay, sorry. Okay. I think in some situations, what he said is pretty valid.
Okay.
There are absolutely times where some women lack the tools to properly set boundaries. And that can cause situations where they would be harmed at all, or more significantly, if they had more appropriate tools.
Okay.
100%. That was not the only thing he said, though. He made a pretty general sweeping statement. And I thought especially was interesting the example that he gave about, like, the delivery guy at the door, and then, like, a quarter hour later or 45 minutes later, she's half naked on the couch because she was unsophisticated and didn't have the tools to say no. And then he says, "Is that rape?" ? Which I thought was hilarious.
Why is that hilarious?
Okay, well, let me tell you. Let's say there's a delivery guy at the door.
Yes.
And I think, oh my god, I can make a porn out of this.
Wait.
And I invite him in.
No.
And I want to have sex.
Wait. Hold on. No, wait. Hold on, because you're going to waste a whole bunch of time going down. Do you think he's saying in his mind that that the woman is trying to recreate a porn?
No, I'm not saying that. This is just my way of being flavorful. Why don't you listen to me?
Okay, sorry, go ahead, be flavorful. Just don't make any capitalism jokes, go ahead.
Thank you. So, okay. Okay. Somebody knocks at the door, it's a delivery boy. I think he's cute. I'm like, I'm down to fuck. Okay. Hey, come in. We start making out. I'm on the bed. I'm half naked. And then I realize that I'm hungry and I've decided I don't want to fuck.
Okay.
And now we're exactly in the same position as Jordan Peterson's story, except that in my story, I was into it until I'm not. And in his story, she was never into it.
Okay.
So now, if we keep going and I inform him that we keep going, is that rape?
Like if you tell him stop, I want to go eat?
Yeah.
Probably, yeah.
Okay, it is rape, not
yeah.
probably, but okay. So basically my question is that considering the example Jordan Peterson is giving, I'm confused about, like, what is the implications to
Wait, in Jordan
situation?
Peterson's example, the girl never says no. No?
Well, we don't know. He gave a vague example, right?
The whole point of his argument was that the woman was too unsophisticated and didn't lack the tools to stop the interaction once it had gotten off the tracks.
Well, no, actually. His whole point is that sophisticated women stop the interaction very early on before the pushing game starts.
Yes.
And that is the issue that I take. Because we can talk about situation... Because the distinction that he's making between sophisticated and unsophisticated is women who are saying very early on, no, don't do this because we don't want men to push, right? But this doesn't address situations where you are going and things are murky.
Yeah,
right?
it doesn't address every single situation ever, of course. It's not meant to address every single situation or what it's like to stop a sexual interaction in the middle. That's not what he's addressing here. That's not what the conversation is
Okay.
about.
Can you pinpoint it to me then what he's exactly addressing?
I haven't seen this full video. I've only seen the parts that you sent me, but it sounds like in this video, what he's talking about is what is necessary to protect women in society from getting raped. And then he's giving the example that just giving women full autonomy and allowing them to dictate the terms on their own doesn't work necessarily all the time, because when unsophisticated women and unsophisticated men come together, it's easy for the man to push that into an interaction that is unfavorable to the woman. That's what it sounds like he's saying. That's what I got from it.
Okay. But basically, what he's saying... Okay.
Wait, can you tell me if you disagree with anything that I just said there, or something there seems off or wrong?
Yeah, I was going to ask you for a minute so I can ask myself that question.
Okay.
I agree with what you said. I disagree that that was the only thing that was conveyed through his speech.
What else do you feel he conveyed?
Okay. Whew. Jordan Peterson, for example, gives an example about, about abused women and how he worked in his clinic with a lot of unsophisticated women, quote unquote, and they were being abused repeatedly. And basically his argument is that potentially, if they were sophisticated women, they would be abused less.
Yes, this is like my stealthing argument going back to that, where I tweeted at that one woman that if you've been raped like 4 times in a row, you should probably stop having casual sex, essentially, yeah.
Yeah. Oh my god, now you triggered me. Can I ask you something about that?
Go for it.
Okay. What is your prescription if she was raped 4 times, but it wasn't because she was having casual sex?
Whatever she's doing probably needs to stop, because you're probably a huge outlier at that point if you've gotten raped 4 times by the time you're 23, 24 years old. Something is bad in your behavior, or hold on, sorry, that sounded like victim blaming. You're making suboptimal choices, and you're selecting for something that's not good, and you need to figure out how to not select for that.
Okay. Do you know that statistically a woman who is raped once is likely to be raped more than once?
Are you saying that it is the case if they're raped once, they're likely to be raped more than once?
I think what I read, and I can pull it up, is 1 out of 2 women who were raped would be raped at least once more.
That isn't surprising to me, yeah. I think that coincides with what I feel and with what Jordan Peterson is saying, yeah.
Okay, so you feel like that statistic actually emboldens your argument that when that something is happening with these women, that they end up in situations that make them more vulnerable to that happening.
That would be my guess, yeah.
Okay. Whew. Let me think how I want to respond to that. Do I even want to touch that? Just give me 30 more seconds. I need to think.
No problem.
So if we say that 1 out of 6 women is raped.
I don't know if that stat is true, but I'll grant it to you. Go ahead. That's like
That is my charitable one.
Sure.
I had 3 sources. One of them says 1 out of 6, 1 out of 5, and 1 out of 4. So
the 1 out of
I'm
6
giving
one
you
comes
the
from
1
like
out of 6.
a college campus, and I think it includes like sexual assaults as well. But it's fine. Go ahead.
I can give you that source.
Sure.
If you
I'll grant it to you. I don't care. Just go ahead. But I want
Okay.
to make my position known. Okay. I'm not a
Okay.
believer, but go ahead.
Okay, if 1 out of, let's say 8, 1 out of 8 women is raped, and then 1 out of 2 women who were raped, it will be raped at least once more.
Okay.
Is it legitimate to call that an outlier?
But by definition, it sounds like you're telling me, statistically speaking, if you've been raped one time, you're more likely to get raped again than by somebody who hasn't been raped before. So, by definition, it seems like a person that has been raped is in some way has a disposition. Now, that could be environmental, it could be choices, it could be a whole bunch of things, but that person somehow has a disposition towards being raped a second time. That's what it sounds like based on the stat you just gave me. I don't know if that stat is true,
Okay.
but you've given it to me, but it seems to say that.
I can send you all of the stats that I'm
Sure.
using. If
Well, I mean, I'm not going to fight with that stat because it feels to me like it's bolstering my argument, so I'm waiting for you to tell me how it's not.
Okay, so I think the argument I'm trying to construct is that because rape is so common, it would be a bit strange to say that, like, if rape is incredibly prevalent, and by incredibly prevalent, I mean, let's say 1 out of 8 women, which is really high. Do you disagree with that?
I don't,
That's
but I
a
mean,
lot?
like, or no,
Okay.
I think that is a lot. But like the question before you go on, my question is going to be: it's 1 out of 8 women getting raped. What's happening with the other 7? Are they just really lucky?
Yes, that would be my argument.
Okay, that sounds.
Well, that's a bit reductionist.
Well, okay.
I'd say they are either really lucky, really privileged, or they are limiting themselves in a lot of ways.
You don't think that feels a little disempowering?
What do you mean?
That the only way to not get raped as a woman is to just be lucky?
I agree that it's disempowering, but weren't you the one? Okay, so I'm looking at statistics, and I'm drawing off of, like, experiences that I've had and that I've talked to women about, right? So that's what I'm going off of. And so, earlier you talked about if you're going to see something that is just true, you're not going to say it's not true just to, I don't know, make a point or to make yourself feel better. So, statistically, if you're not raped or sexually assaulted or whatever the fuck, you're pretty lucky. Yeah.
Well, no,
That's
depends
truth.
on how you read that. Right now, it's because
Okay.
more people don't get raped than get raped, right? And also, we're not talking about just a stat. Now we're looking for an explanation of the stats, right? There is no stat. Well, we'd have to do like a more sophisticated data analysis to prove who's getting lucky versus unlucky. But it's not like saying that like 1 out of 6 women get raped, therefore you're just lucky to not get raped, right? Like I could probably give you stats on drunk driving, but it's not like whether or not you get into a drunk driving accident is just whether you're lucky or unlucky. It probably has to do with whether or not you're drinking and driving, right?
Okay. Well, let me then clarify. There are demographics that are more likely to experience sexual violence than other demographics.
Okay.
To say that that has to do with their behavior is a bit questionable. If you want me to list some of those demographics, I can.
Well, so Jen, just to clarify, to get the other understanding, you're saying that there are no behaviors that can increase or decrease the likelihood of you being assaulted?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, that's basically like the logical conclusion of what you're saying, but tell me why not. Or I'll
Okay.
rephrase real quick. You're saying that like whether or not you get raped or don't get raped is a matter of luck. And that if it's a matter of luck, then
Not
it's not
just. That's not. I've corrected myself.
Okay.
I think it's absolutely a matter of luck, but there are also factors that affect that. One of them is your behavior. Another one is your circumstances. There are a few others. But yeah, luck is also involved, obviously.
Sure, okay. Well, if that's your position, then you've come around. Now this is my position exactly. So now you agree with me.
Okay. I think that's true. But I think where we differ is that I think you expect potentially more for people to take actions that you believe would really reduce their likelihood of experiencing sexual violence, and I am dubious about whether or not those actions really hold the weight that you believe that they do.
What are some actions that you think I've recommended that you don't think would be protective at all? I'm curious.
Wouldn't be protective at all. I think everything could be protective. So
protective. When I say protective, I'm using that word to mean that this is an action you could take that would reduce the likelihood of you being raped or assaulted. So do you think I've given advice, or I've said these are some things you can do to prevent or reduce the likelihood of you getting raped? Do you think there are statements I've made where that's just not true?
No, that's not what I'm saying, right? I don't know all the statements that you made, but I assume every statement that you made about something that could reduce your likelihood of getting experiencing sexual violence is true. I'm saying my critique, or I guess my contention, is that, again, okay, can I just use an example? Or do you want me to complete that sentence?
Knock yourself out. Example away. Go for it.
Okay. Do you agree that if all women stayed at home, that would reduce the likelihood of them not being sexually assaulted?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah. Would you recommend that?
No.
Okay. That is basically an extreme example and a nutshell of my general critique.
Sure. So I'm going to wait. I'm going to circle back now, and I'm going to ask you then, do you feel like I've given some piece of advice that is unreasonable? Where I've said something like, women, just stay home. Have I ever given a piece of advice that maps onto that?
No. I do think, however, that from the way that you speak, you put a lot of weight on the concept of casual sex in terms of a preventative measure. More weight than it deserves.
No, I love casual sex, and I don't want people to stop having casual sex. I don't put any weight on it at all, and most of the advice I give is usually to facilitate more casual sex, because I think everybody should be fucking, but it's usually to do it in a safer manner. So here's an example, and if you think of one I didn't bring up, tell me. Here are some examples of advice I give. 1, don't have a stranger, somebody you're meeting for the first time, pick you up in their car. 2, don't ever meet somebody at a place you're unfamiliar with. Go to a public place that's somebody you're familiar with. Meet somebody for coffee or lunch or something in a public area. 3, give a friend an address. If you're going to go hang out with a guy or spend the night somewhere, give a friend an address. Tell him to check on you at midnight to make sure everything is okay. 4, don't ever bring a guy back to your house, ever. There's no reason to do it. Find a cheap hotel or someplace like that to meet if it's something that you don't know or somebody new. 5, don't do illegal substances. I shouldn't say illegal. Don't do any like mind-altering substances with somebody for the first time that you're with them. Or if you are going to go out drinking or something, do it in a relatively public area. Keep your drink covered. Like, these are pieces of advice that I would give. Is there anything here that feels like really restrictive or unfair or like, oh my God, it's crazy that you would ever tell a woman to do that?
Well, it's not about restrictive, right? Because all of those things are like valid advice. But let me ask you a question then. If a person has experienced sexual violence and they did not engage in one of those advices that you had given, you would say that what?
Next time do this so you can reduce the likelihood of you being assaulted or attacked.
Okay. So that's fine. But then if that happens more, you would identify a pattern that they have?
If they're going out, they're getting raped over and over and over again, I'd be like, yeah, you probably need to chill.
Getting raped. Oh my God.
Well, yeah, I mean, if it's happening over and over again, you're selecting for something that's not normal, right? You're part of the 1 out of 8 instead of 7 out of 8. So you need to figure out how to not be in that 1 out of 8.
Is that just in terms of casual sex?
I mean, it could be in terms of relationship sex, but relationship sex and getting raped in a relationship that's a whole different ballgame, right? Like, I'm not going to give you the advice of like, don't go home with your husband or meet your husband in a public area or phone. Like that doesn't work at that point. Then it gets into a more So no, all the advice I just gave there was, well, because initially you said that I seem to blame a lot on casual sex, and most of the advice I give is actually centered around casual sex. So
Yes.
yeah.
No, I didn't say that you blame casual sex. I said that I feel like you put a lot more weight on how casual sex increases the prevalence of sexual violence than what it actually does. Do you get what I'm saying?
Oh. Yeah, maybe. I don't know what the answer to that is. I'm not sure if that's true or
I
not.
can even demonstrate why that's true.
Why? Wait, why
Well,
I made that statement? Because I think I probably could have made that statement. It seems logical to me that more casual sex, more people having sex in general, probably means there's more people getting sexually assaulted. Just by running the numbers, it'd be my guess. But
yes. But statistically, what is the... Can you give me 1 second? Because I don't want to misquote this.
you have all the seconds you need, okay?
I might need more than 60, but I will find it. I actually have it open, don't I? Because I prepped for this. More than 1 in 3 women in the United States have experienced rape, physical violence, and/or stalking by an intimate partner in their lifetime.
Wait, I'm sorry.
I
Hold
guess
on.
stalking
Wait.
does
Say that thing again.
More than 1 in 3 women
Mhm.
in the United States have experienced rape, physical violence, and/or stalking by an intimate partner in their lifetime.
Okay.
Stalking
That's
does skew this. Though.
Yeah. So there's a sexual assault. Like if I walk into the kitchen one day and I smack Melina on the ass and she's like, "Hey, I'm not in the mood right now." I'm like, oh, "Okay." Like, was that sexual assault? Would that get included in this? I'm not sure. But go ahead. I'll follow with what you're saying. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't feel like that's exactly what you can read out of that. But
Well, I don't know if there are metrics for methodologies for considering sexual assault. If it's like a reported thing, right? But I'll be charitable and I'll just assume it is. But go ahead. What's your point?
So basically, my point is that, of course, if nobody had casual sex, there'll be a lot less rape. But there would still be a significant amount of rape because a lot of rape happens inside intimate partner relationships.
It could be. My guess is going to be that.
Wait. The only point I'm making is that in the current discourse that we're having on YouTube and Twitch, it's much easier to focus on like casual sex because there's easy advice you can give and just tell women, hey, if you do this, you're
Wait,
less
okay, this is
likely
not relevant
to
to
be
what we're
raped.
making. Okay, back to what you were saying before. Okay. It is possible. It is possible that there is that rape and sexual assault occurs within the confines of a relationship. I'm not going to deny that, of course. But I find it hard to believe that there was more going on when people had fewer sexual partners than now when people have more sexual partners. Because it feels like more sexual partners, just by running the numbers, you're more likely to run into an adverse sexual scenario than when you had just a couple sexual partners. That'd be my guess.
Yeah, and my argument that from the statistics that I've looked at, it seems possible that the difference is not as big as you portray it to be.
Okay, I'd be interested in seeing like a stat or number that proves that, but I don't think I've seen any.
I'd love to send it to you.
What do you have? Because it's not what you just described. Doesn't make that argument as strongly as you seem to think it does.
No, I know. I have a few. I was just looking for
Okay.
something. Do you want me to read you another one then, or I just?
Do you have
feel
one
like
that directly plays into this, or?
Let me look.
Or here's a question: if we were to poll women today, do you think that the likelihood of you having a non-consensual sexual interaction increases or decreases with more partners? What do you think?
Wait. I was looking for something, and you speak really fast. So please talk again.
If you were to look at women today and poll them, do you think the likelihood of you having a non-consensual sexual interaction increases or decreases with more partners?
Can you define more partners?
more people whose dicks are around, in and around your body. I mean, what do you mean more partners? More
Oh,
sexual.
come on.
What do you more sexual partners? Yeah.
Yeah, of course. I just mean because a lot of the rape statistics are around like meeting an acquaintance or like having a friend rape you or something like that. So if your sexual partner is someone that you've known for a year, that's different than someone you met on Tinder, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was asking, like, if it's just like I fuck 5 dudes a week and I met each of them that day, like on Tinder, versus like if I have 2 fuck buddies that I know for a long time.
Mm-hmm. I feel like I feel okay. Well, that would be. I bet we could Google it and find out.
Okay, you can do that. I was gonna look for my source anyway, so I don't mind you doing that.
Okay, hold on.
But I'm open to that statistic.
Okay. Likelihood of non-consensual sexual interaction versus number of partners. Oh, cool. Do more partners equal more risk? In previous studies on our sexual partners, sexual centers was examined as independent risk factors. Sexual victimization among college women. You sampled 335 college women. This study examined the interaction of number of sexual partners, sexual centers on verbal sexual rape. Approximately 32% of the sample reported unwanted sexual intercourse. 6.9% experienced verbal sexual coercion. Experienced both. As number of sexual partners increased, instances of verbal sexual coercion increased for women low in relational sexual assertiveness, but not for women high in relational sexual assertiveness. A similar relationship was not found for rape. Among women who experienced both verbal sexual coercion and rape, increases in number of partners in the context of low refusal and relational assertiveness were associated with increases in verbal sexual coercion and rape. Findings suggest sexual assertiveness is related to fewer experiences of sexual coercion. So this study, if I'm just going by the abstract, seems to say that okay. Well, one claim it's making is that being more sexually assertive decreases the amount of sexual coercion, which is kind of the point that Jordan Peterson was making, that a more sophisticated woman can what?
I have a way to
Wait,
help
hold on,
us.
wait. Let me just finish reading this, okay? Hold on.
I want to concede your point. Okay, whatever.
Okay, go ahead. If you want to concede the point, I guess go. No, actually, I don't care if you're conceding it, because now I want to know. As number of sexual partners increased, instances of verbal sexual coercion increased for women low in relational sexual assertiveness, but not for women high. A similar relationship was not found for rape. Among women who experienced both verbal sexual coercion and rape, increases in number of partners in the context of low refusal and relational assertiveness were associated with increases of verbal sexual. Okay. Wait. Okay, so it seems like an increase in the number of partners. This seems like it's saying it does increase the verbal sexual coercion and rape. It seems like it's associated with an increase. That's what it seems like this says.
Well, luckily,
okay.
I was going to say that I have no problem saying that if you have more partners than less partner, that would increase the likelihood of experience sexual violence.
Okay.
My argument is that it does not increase it to such a high degree that it is reasonable to give it the focus or attention that we seem to. I have theories of why we do that, but yeah, that's my argument.
Okay, that might be true.
Yeah, for example, we never talk about, I just pulled up this new statistic. It says that 1 out of 10 women have been assaulted by an intimate partner in their lifetime.
Okay.
That's a lot.
True, but that's less. That's less than how many have been raped. Because the other numbers you gave me were 1 in 4, 1 in 5, and 1 in 6 or something. If only 1 in 10 are raped by an intimate partner, then it sounds like having everybody just doing intimate partner sex decreases the overall. It's really inappropriate to tie these two stats together because you'd have to do more analysis. But like that, like on its face, it seems to say that your chances of getting raped by an intimate partner are far less than.
Yes.
Okay.
But again, since we've already conceded that like the more partners you have, it might increase it. Then let's say, because the 1 in 6, for example, is a combination of the rape inside intimate partner relationship and the casual sex. So I'm saying that I agree with you that maybe, or not maybe, because I'm conceding your point. So having more partners increases the risk, but I do not believe that it increases it to a point where if we like got rid of casual sex, yes, there'll be less rape, but there'll still be a very high prevalence of it. And
yeah, I don't think
critique is that we don't talk about that.
Sure, I don't think we shouldn't talk about it because I don't like hiding from problems. I think you probably say that like casual sex brings with it some additional risks. You ought to be aware of those risks. That would be my position on that.
Yeah, of course. I'm just like, and this isn't even like a critique of you. I just have a specific issue with how the space doesn't address like intimate partner rape, for example, which is still 1 in 10 is a lot.
Okay.
And we never address it because there are no easy solutions like don't go into a hotel instead of going into your house. It's a bit more complicated than that.
Sure.
But yeah. Yes. What else do I have for you? Oh my god. This wasn't what I wanted. Okay. Can I ask you some question about progressives now?
Sure thing.
Okay, thank god. Okay. You probably don't remember any critiques that I levied at you, but if you do you think I ever like gave you criticism that was like inappropriate?
That's a weird question. I mean, like, you can make whatever criticism you want. I don't think I'm ever going to think of criticisms like inappropriate.
Okay, so invalid, is that better?
What are you asking me? It's hard. Like, all criticism is valid. If somebody says, Destiny, you should be nicer to people, that's a quote-unquote valid criticism. I wouldn't care to like apply it to my life. I don't know what you mean like a valid or invalid criticism. If you make a descriptively wrong claim, like Destiny, your advice made 5,000 women get raped and impregnated by, you know, then I would disagree with that. But like if you make a criticism like, oh, like I think that this type of stuff is harmful to women or progressives, like it's much harder to say like, oh, that's invalid critique. I don't know how I would say that's valid or invalid.
Okay. So I'll just move on to my next question then.
Sure.
Can you tell me what are, and if you have, oh my god, this is about the sexual rates. Okay, I'll just ask you this because we were already on topic. Do you have any stated goals about, like, in terms of your discourse around sexual assault and rape and all that kind of stuff? Like, a direct stated goal? Because when I criticized you for the stealthing thing, most of my critique was about how I thought your rhetoric was harmful and contributing to a culture that ends up resulting in bad things for women.
Sure. My
but,
position
but
is
if
that...
you tell me that's not my goal and I just want to speak freely, then I can't criticize you for that.
Sure. My position is that I think that women can assert way more agency in how they approach sex, and I think it would dramatically increase the odds of them having positive sexual experiences, or at the very least decrease the chance of them getting raped. And I think that men can do a lot to be more aware of the complicated interactions between women and safety and sexual pleasure and everything during intercourse, such that it would reduce them having negative sexual interactions or them making a woman feel pressured or raped. Yes.
That's not what I asked. Okay, so
my goal is less rape. If that's what if you want like 2 words, less rape is the goal.
Okay, then I'll continue to criticize you.
Okay.
Do you feel like, okay, so a lot of my critique about you has also been that I feel like as a content creator of your size, you have certain responsibilities about things that you say and how you talk about them. So, i.e., a bit like what you and I talked about Jordan Peterson, for example. So I think if Jordan Peterson has like harmful ideas and you say, I'm a progressive, for example, but then some of your behaviors or the things that you're saying are giving him legitimacy, then I would see that as a contradiction.
Okay.
What do you think about that?
I'll give, if somebody makes a point that I agree with, I'll give them props for the point that I agree with. I just go point by point. I try not to like think of like this is a bad person, so I'm never going to agree with anything they say.
Okay. Is there a difference between agreeing with like the point that they say and between like legitimizing them?
I don't know. I don't care. I don't care about legitimizing people. If somebody's making good points, I'll legitimize them as somebody that makes good points.
Okay. I see. This might be a weird question, but like, how much do you cater to your chat? If you do.
Not at all. If I did, I would never play League or StarCraft.
Okay. The last question I have is I wanted to talk to you about the panel, the progressive panel that we were both on.
Okay.
So I'm gonna tell you that I'm gonna ask you a question, and you can refuse to answer that because it's me basically using your combative nature to potentially set up a ground for me.
Okay. You can go for whatever you want. Go for it. Knock us about.
Okay. What did you think about Brie?
Bree. Is this the one that you and I were on? Wait, when? Fuck, I don't remember. Which person is this? Sorry.
The one where you fought with President Sunday.
Yeah, wait, who was Bree? Oh, Brianna. Brianna. Okay, sorry, yeah. I mean, I thought she was great. Yeah.
Okay. Did you feel like she made any points?
You gotta do better. I don't know what this question is. Do you feel like she made any points? She made a lot of points.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. Are you I think the road that you're walking us down painstakingly slowly is do you feel like Brianna made any good points about critiquing the rhetoric that you use to engage with people, and do you think that you could be
oh god, no, I don't care about that.
Okay, then get to whatever you're going to, because holy shit, these questions are, did Brianna make any points? Yeah, of course she did.
Okay, I did. Whatever, it's fine. You talk a lot about how you don't like purity testing and virtue signaling and all that crap.
Mm-hmm.
And 2 weeks before the progressive panel, that's exactly what Brianna was doing in terms of the Hogwarts Legacy thing.
Yeah.
So I thought that her coming on the panel and saying that like us picking hairs about stuff like that is silly and we should coalition build when it was in direct contrast to everything she has done until 2 weeks prior was hypocritical.
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel like that?
Yeah. I made the same thing. I made that statement on stream, actually. I actually made that statement, I think yesterday or the day before. I was talking to, I think, Erudite about her, and I was curious, like, is Brianna trying to make a more, like, effective rhetorical swing or what? And Brianna made a big post to my subreddit trying to explain, I guess, her changing of her rhetoric. So, yeah. But, I mean, I made that same criticism.
Oh, okay. I see. Yeah. Okay. Good. I don't have anything else. I assume you don't have any questions for me. Oh yeah, I do have a question. Never mind. I'm sorry. I don't care. Sorry. There was a point that you made, or I guess that a lot of people made for you, about how you, first of all, you realized that on that panel when I asked you if you're progressive and you said yes, I wasn't like contesting that, right? Like if you say that you're progressive, then you're progressive.
Okay.
Okay, cool. I just judge you on progressive, what I think are progressive standards then.
Gotcha.
Okay, so I heard a lot of people say that since you do a lot to promote progressive causes, or because you have done a lot for progressivism, that somehow makes you a progressive.
Okay.
And I was wondering, like, if you thought that, for example, if Rupert Murdoch donated a lot to, like, a trans charity and went canvassing in Georgia for, like, a Democratic candidate, that would make him a progressive because he does a lot for progressive causes.
Well, you just said two different things. Does a lot for progressive causes is different than one time they donate and they do a thing. If he started donating a fuck ton to progressive causes and doing things on a it's like, oh, maybe he's a progressive now. That'd be my guess. If he just does it one time, I'd assume that there was a candidate he was supporting for a particular reason, for some other thing.
I guess what I'm trying to ascertain is, like, if a person has a certain, like, ideology that they believe in, but their actions support a different ideology. What are they? Are they the thing that their actions support, or are they what they believe?
Are they the thing that I don't know how you can believe something and your actions support something different. I don't know what that would look like.
Okay,
Like I'm trying to think, like imagine like Nick Fuentes, like imagine we full dox him and we found out he like volunteers at like a black and underprivileged homeless shelter like every single year. I probably wouldn't care about his stated beliefs at all then. I'd be like, oh wow, this guy's actually like a lot different than I thought.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's more about actions for you.
Yeah, for sure.
For sure. Okay. So, if a conservative figure turns out, and they are generally like against like gay people, and then you find out that they are gay, and they are secretly married to a gay person or something like that, that would be like, would that also delegitimize them, or would that make them pro-gay?
No, because just being gay doesn't necessarily make you pro-gay.
Okay. So for you, generally...
Okay, sorry, it's back. I mean,
Okay.
I think we could come up with some like very crazy, wacky examples where maybe this wouldn't necessarily hold true. But I mean, like, yeah, I mean, I don't know what my response would be.
The reason why I kind of went down this route is because when people told me that you've done a lot for progressive causes and stuff like that, it's like, yes, I believe in that, and I also like kind of changed my perspective on some of the stuff I said last year. But I feel like if somebody says that they're a progressive liberal, for example, and they state what they believe in, but then they also do things that I feel like sabotage the cause or that are not as dedicated to the cause, then that's for me actions that vote to the contrary. But it is balanced out by a lot of things that you do, I guess. So I just wanted to hear like how much that balances out for you. Yeah, that's all I got.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I imagine that like you could have somebody that's a stated progressive, but they like do a bunch of shit that's contrary to the progressive movement, and you'd probably...
Exactly.
Sure, that's possible, yeah.
Okay. That's what I have. Do you have anything?
No. Anything else?
A lot of people told me that it was really funny. A lot of people wanted me to reach out to you and like tell you about all like my mental health stuff because you'd find it interesting, and then I could get an in with you. And I thought that was really kind of yikesy, and I thought it would be funny to tell you that.
Wait, what mental health stuff?
I just like my mental health stuff.
Oh, they wanted you to present yourself as a crazy girl.
I guess they wanted me to tell you some of my history or something like that, and that would like pique your interest or something.
Does it
But
rhyme with ABC?
What rhymes with ABC?
BPD? Yes.
What
okay,
are
that's
you
fine.
asking me?
Never mind. Okay. Yeah, that's
Okay.
my community being dumb. Don't worry about it.
Okay, sure. That's funny. Why, do you have a thing with BPD that I'm not aware of?
You know, sometimes I'm not even aware of it, you know? It's just life.
That's funny. Okay. Then thank you.
Yep, no problem. Have fun. If there's ever anything else, just poke me, and we can hop on and we can scream at each other, okay?
Awesome.
All right, have fun. Bye.
Bye.
Jesus. I'm so sorry. I don't understand this. Given no other information, why the fuck do you guys spell Steven with a PH? It's so fucking stupid. I don't understand why you guys do this. I see people like talk about me sometimes in other places. Like, oh, you should talk to Stephen Bonnell. Why do you guys put the PH? I so don't understand why you fucking morons do this. If I could ban people from the other forums, I would do it. It's disgusting, okay? Christ almighty. because of Hawkins? Stephen how the fuck are you going to take advice on how to spell somebody's name from a guy who can even write his own name, okay? Listen, all right? It's with a V. Don't be fucking weird about it. Plus, he's dead. L. Okay? Oh, Jesus. Okay. Give me a second. We're gonna... Oh, you guys hear AI 18? AI 18? AI 18? Yes. Thank you. Actually, let me just read this for you. Because these articles always sit up forever on my fucking thing. I just need to read these. Okay. On the sunny first day of seminar, I sat at the end of a pair of picnic tables with nervous, excited 17-year-olds. 12 high school students have been chosen by the Tellerud Association through a rigorous application process. The acceptance rate is reportedly around 3%. To spend 6 weeks together taking a college-level course, all expenses paid. The name of this article is A Black Professor Trapped in Anti-Racist Hell by Vincent Lloyd. Written about a week and a half ago. The group reminded me of the heroes of the mysterious Benedict Society books I was reading to my daughter. Each teenager, brought together for a common project, had some extraordinary ability and some quirk. One girl from California spoke and thought at machine gun speed and started collecting pet snails during the pandemic. Now she had more than 100. A girl from a provincial school in China had never traveled to the United States, but had mastered unaccented English and was in love with E.M. Forster. In addition to the seminar, the students practiced democratic self-governance. They lived together and set their own rules. Those first few days, the students were exactly what you would expect. At turns bubbly and reserved, all of them curious, playful, figuring out how to relate to each other and to the seminar texts. 4 weeks later, I again sat in front of the gathered students. Now, their faces were cold, their eyes down. Since the first week, I had not spotted one smile. Their number was reduced by 2. The previous week, they had voted 2 classmates out of the house. And I was next. Each student read from a prepared statement about how the seminar perpetuated anti-black violence in its content and form, how the black students had been harmed, how I was guilty of countless microaggressions, including through my body language, and how students didn't feel safe because I didn't immediately correct views that failed to treat anti-blackness as the cause of all the world's ills. This might be just another lament about woke campus culture and the loss of traditional educational virtues, but the seminar topic was race and the limits of law in America. 4 of the 6 weeks were focused on anti-black racism. The other 2 were on anti-immigrant and anti-indigenous racism. I am a black professor. I directed my university's Black Studies program. I lead anti-racism and transformative justice workshops, and I've published books on anti-black racism and prison abolition. I live in a predominantly black neighborhood of Philadelphia. My daughter went to an Afrocentric school, and I'm on the board of our local black cultural organization. Like others on the left, I had been dismissive of criticisms of the current discourse on race in the United States. But now my thoughts turn to that moment in the 1970s when leftist organizations imploded, the need to match and raise the militancy of one's comrades, leading to a toxic culture filled with dogmatism and disillusion. How did this happen to a group of bright-eyed high school students? The Telleride Association maintains a low profile, even in higher education circles, but it has played an important role in shaping the U.S. elite. Its alumni are ideologically diverse, queer theorists Eve Sedgwick and post-colonial theorist Gayatri Spivak, its first female member. Georgia politician Stacey Abrams and journalist Walter Isaacson, neoconservatives Paul Wolfowitz and Francis Fukuyama, who served on Telluride's board. Launched by mining entrepreneur L.L. Nunn in 1911, a few years before he founded Deep Springs College, Telluride aims to cultivate democratic communities among high school and college students. It runs houses near Cornell and the University of Michigan, where students receive scholarships, govern themselves, and incorporate intellectual life and service work into their residential communities. In 1954, Telluride started its high school summer program. Over the years, faculty from many leading U.S. universities have taught for the program. Courses have changed with the times. Conflicting ideals of communism and democracy was taught in 1956. The professor Robert Nozick taught philosophical conceptions of liberty in 1965, and in more recent years, topics have included gods and heroes of the Celts and Vikings, public poetry in a digital world, literatures of the security state, and freedom summer. In 2014, I taught Race and the Limits of Law for Telluride's Ithaca location. The first few days were exactly like my 2022 seminar. Students came with extraordinary abilities, they asked probing questions, and they were sometimes awkward. Then, as the 6 weeks went by, I could see the students forming bonds with each other and with me, and I could see their commitment to the course. They always showed up on time. They always did the work. My daughter turned one during the seminar, and not knowing anyone in town, we had the students over to the house we were staying at for her birthday party. It happened across the Telluride, I think, right? It happened across the Telluride website 6 years later, and was surprised to see my picture from the birthday party. I happened across the Telluride website 6 years later, and I was surprised to see my picture from the birthday party on the front page. With those fond memories, and with excitement at the prospect of revisiting thorny questions about race after the national conversation had changed so much because of Black Lives Matter. Telluride, is that it? I reached out to Telluride to explore teaching the seminar again. Telluride seminars are co-taught. My seminar was taught with my wife, a lawyer, and Indigenous Studies professor. In the wake of the George Floyd protests, a group of Black Telluride alumni pressured the association to examine the racism that they claimed was baked into the organizational culture. We have all experienced anti-Blackness within the association and through its programs, their open letter said. The result was a redesign of the summer seminars. Telluride would now offer only critical Black studies and anti-oppressive studies seminars. The former would seek to focus more specifically on the needs and interests of Black students. The seminar I taught, Race and the Limits of Law, would be classed with the latter. In this, Telluride continued a pattern of tracking liberal values as they evolved. It offered courses on race since the 1950s, and the Ithaca House was known as the most liberal living unit on campus. The 1970s, because of its relative early acceptance of Jewish, Black, and female students. In 1993, at the height of U.S. multiculturalism, Telluride began offering a new stream of seminars focused on race and difference and aimed at underrepresented students. But perhaps the implosion of my Telluride seminar suggests that this final step, centering Blackness, tempts the U.S. elite, and particularly U.S. elite educational institutions, to take a step too far, a step into incoherence, or worse. At the Cornell location, students live in the same house while participating in two different seminars. In 2014, participants of the two seminar groups lived their lives together seamlessly outside of the seminar, exploring Ithaca and the Cornell campus, eating and laughing together, and setting up a system to govern their community together. In 2022, however, I was told that the critical Black studies students would live and learn separately, creating a fully Black space. My anti-oppressive studies students were separated from them. Instead of participating in a summer community of 32 high school students, my group was to be a community of 12 that would dwindle to 9 by the time of the mutiny. Furthermore, in the 2022 community, afternoons and evenings would no longer be spent having fun and doing homework. Two college-age students called factotums, led by one that I'll call Keisha, were assigned to create anti-racism workshops to fill the afternoon. There were workshops on white supremacy, on privilege, on African independence movements, on the thought and activism of Angela Davis, and more, all of which followed an initial day-long workshop on transformative justice. Students described the workshops as emotionally draining, forcing the high schoolers to confront tough issues and to be challenged in ways that they'd never been challenged before. I'm no stranger to anti-racism workshops. I've participated in many of them, and I have facilitated them myself. But the Telluride workshops were being organized by two college-age students, filled with the spirit of the times. From what I gleaned, they involved crudely conveying certain dogmatic assertions, no matter what topic the workshops were ostensibly about. Some of these were: experiencing hardship conveys authority. There is no hierarchy of oppressions except for anti-Black oppression, which is in a class of its own. Trust Black women. Prison is never the answer. Black people need Black space. Allyship is usually performative. All non-Black people and many Black people are guilty of anti-Blackness, and there is no way out of anti-Blackness. The seminar forum pulls against the form of the anti-racism workshop, and Telluride was trying to have them both at once. By its nature, a seminar requires patience. Day by day, one intervention builds on another, as one student notices what another student overlooked, and as the professor guides the discussion towards the most important questions. All of this is grounded in a text. Specific words, phrases, arguments, and images from a text offer essential friction for conversation, holding seminar participants accountable to something concrete. The instructor gently, ideally almost invisibly, guides discussion towards what matters. The seminar assumes that each student has innate intelligence, even as we come from different backgrounds, have different amounts and sorts of knowledge and different skills. We can each be formed best if we take advantage of our differing insights to push each other over time again and again. When this practice is occasioned by carefully curated texts, not exclusively great books, but texts that challenge each other and us as they probe issues of essential importance, a seminar succeeds. A seminar takes time. The first day, you'll be frustrated. The second and the third day, you will be frustrated. Even on the last day, you will be frustrated, though ideally, now in a different way. Each intervention in a seminar is incomplete and gets things wrong. Each subsequent intervention is also incomplete and also gets things wrong. But there are plenty of insights and surprises for each participant looks at a text with different eyes. It is tempting to add, such as life, such as democratic life. We each have different partial knowledge. We each get things wrong over and over. At our best, we enter the fray by listening to each other and complimenting and challenging the insights of our fellows. In the process, over years, decades, we are oriented towards truth and justice. If the seminar is slow food, the anti-racist workshop put on by college-age students is a sugar rush. All the hashtags are there, condensed, packaged, and delivered from a place of authority. The worst sort of anti-racist workshop simply offers a new language for participants to echo, to retweet out loud. Students at Telluride experienced two styles of learning next to each other, but also two different cultures. From the initial transformative justice workshop, students learned to snap their fingers when they agreed with what a classmate was saying. This practice immediately entered the seminar and was weaponized. One student would try out a controversial or just unusual view, silence. Then another student would repeat a piece of anti-racist dogma, and the room would be filled with the click-clap of snapping fingers. During the first week of the 2014 iteration of the seminar, focused on slavery, a Chinese-American student pointed to a movement in our text where white slave owners were providing food for the enslaved and suggested this showed that there were two sides to the issue of slavery. Before I formulated a way to turn his intervention into a stepping stone towards more sophisticated discussion, two students spoke up with other evidence from the text suggesting that slavery is a moral abomination unworthy of both sides' discussion. By the end of the seminar, the initial student, who seemed like he might have a wavering moral compass, expressed a newfound commitment to justice. In the 2022 anti-racism workshops, the non-black students learned that they needed to center black voices and to shut up. Keisha reported that this was particularly difficult for the Asian American students, but that they were working on it. Eventually, two of the Asian American students would be expelled from the program for reasons that Keisha said couldn't be shared with me. The effects of the seminar were quick and dramatic. During the first week, participation was as you would expect. There were 2 or 3 shy students who only spoke in partner or small group work, 2 or 3 outspoken students, and the rest in the middle. One of the black students was outspoken, one in the middle, one was shy. By the second week of the seminar, the 2 white students were effectively silent. 2 of the Asian American students remained active, the ones who would soon be expelled, but the vast majority of interventions were from the 3 black students. The 2 queer students, one Asian and one white, were entirely silent. The black students certainly had interesting things to say and important connections to make with their experiences and those of their family members, but a seminar succeeds when multiple perspectives clash into each other, grapple with each other, and develop, and that became impossible. In their transformative language workshop, my students learned to name harms. This language and the framework it expresses comes out of the prison abolition movement. Instead of matching crimes with punishments, abolitionists encourage us to think about harms and how they can be made right, often through inviting a broader community to discern the impact of harms, the reasons they came about, and paths forward. In the language of the anti-racism workshop, a harm becomes anything that makes you feel not quite right. For a 17-year-old at a highly selective, all-expenses-paid summer program, newly empowered with the language of harm, there are relatively few sites at which to use this framework. My seminar became the site at which to try out and weaponize this language. During our discussion of incarceration, an Asian American student cited federal inmate demographics. About 60% of those incarcerated are white. The black students said they were harmed. They had learned in one of their workshops that objective facts are a tool of white supremacy. Outside of the seminar, I was told, the black students had to devote a great deal of time to making right the harm that was inflicted on them by hearing prison statistics that were not about blacks. A few days later, the Asian American student was expelled from the program. Similarly, after a week focused on the horrific violence, death, and disposition inflicted on Native Americans, Keisha reported to me that the black students and their allies were harmed because we hadn't focused sufficiently on anti-blackness. When I tried to explain that we had 4 weeks focused on anti-blackness coming soon, as indicated in the syllabus, she said the harm was urgent and it needed to be addressed immediately. In a recent book, John McWhorter asserts that anti-racism is a new religion. It was an idea that I quickly dismissed. Last summer, I found anti-racism to be a perversion of religion. I found a cult. From Wild Wild Country to the Nixivism shows to Scientology exposés, the features of cults have become familiar in popular culture. There is sleep deprivation, ties to the outside world are severed, the sense of time collapses, with everything cult-related feeling extremely urgent. Participants are emotionally battered. In this weakened state, participants learn and cling to dogmatic beliefs. Any outsider becomes a threat. Wait, is this? Okay. The dozen participants in the summer program were spending almost every hour of every day together. I was almost the only outsider they were encountering, and I was marked as a threat. The feature of a cult that seems to be missing from this story is a charismatic leader enforcing the separation of followers from the world, creating emotional vulnerability, and implanting dogma. Enter Keisha. A recent graduate of an Ivy League university, mentored by a television celebrity black intellectual, Keisha introduced herself as a black woman who grew up poor and housing vulnerable, whose grandmother's limbs had been broken by white supremacists, and who had just spent 4 years of college teaching in prisons and advocating for prison abolition. She told the class that she had majored in black studies, had been nurtured by black feminists, though her famous mentor is a man, and that she is planning to devote her life to transforming the academy in the direction of black justice. This reminds me of when Brianna Joy Gray or whatever, when she tweeted out that she was just trying to like pay her student loans and she didn't have money for anything. And like, I don't know how many people know this, but she's a fucking Harvard graduate. She's a Harvard graduate. She's trying to make it sound like she went to some state school and like barely yeah, so stupid, but... Is it Greyjoy? Joy Gray? Wait. I always fuck her name up. No, it is Joy Gray. Fuck you. With a law degree also, by the way. Yeah, but... Keisha was tasked by Telluride with serving as a teaching assistant in my class and organizing workshops for the students in the afternoon. I welcomed Keisha into the class, suggesting that we find some days where she could lead discussion or share her own research. Instead, she largely remained silent during class for the first 3 weeks, counter-programming the seminar in the afternoons. During a week on the racist background of the U.S. immigration system, Keisha found one of our texts, the foundational Asian American memoir, Nisi Daughter, insufficiently radical, so she lectured to the students that afternoon about the supposedly more radical Yuri Kochiyama. Keisha was frustrated that our week on incarceration began with George Jackson, and not a black feminist, so she lectured on Angela Davis that afternoon. I talked at length with both Keisha and the class about learning unfolding over time, about the need to wrestle with an idea before moving on to the next one, and about the overall direction of the course. But for her, and soon for the students, everything had to happen now. Nisei. Keisha and I were supposed to meet weekly, but she told me that she couldn't schedule in advance. And then she would let me know when she had availability. She never did. But Keisha did find time to intervene when a student was harmed. During one class, when we discussed Brown v. Board of Education, my co-instructor explained what the doll test was that provided a psychological basis for the Supreme Court's decision. It involved showing children black and white dolls and asking what language they would use to describe them, colored, white, or Negro. During the seminar break, a student had reported this to Keisha, and she rushed in to tell us that the student had been harmed by hearing the word Negro. The fourth week of the seminar examined theories of anti-blackness. It should have been predictable that the seminar would blow up during that week. Since the first days of the summer, Keisha had been talking about how anti-blackness is qualitatively worse than every other system of oppression, so it made sense that she would want us to be stuck on that week, unable to move forward, leaving anti-blackness as the course's climax and a nadir. It happened that on the last day of the anti-blackness week, I had invited the students over to my home where we would talk for a couple hours about the reading, a selection from Frank Wilderson's Afro-Pessimism, and then share a meal. By this time, the students' faces were perpetually sullen, at least when Keisha was in the room. Occasionally, in one-on-one meetings, I could still kid around with them, or hear them chat among themselves about the mundane details of teenage life. As I was beginning the seminar, sitting on the grass in my backyard, Keisha interrupted. I think you should start with a lecture offering context for this reading and telling us the main points. I reminded the class of the seminar format, of the reasons for it, and the snippets of pedagogical theory that we had read and discussed together, exploring the value of the seminar. Keisha insisted I needed to give a lecture immediately. Eventually, I acceded. We had a productive couple hours discussing Wilderson's evocative text, and then I pointed out to the students all the things I said in the initial lecture I would have said during the course of the seminar. Each day, I try to insert the relevant background information and emphasize key points in short interventions so that the seminar can be guided by your questions. There are 24 lectures I could give about Wilderson, each putting this text in a different light, but I want to share with you the information you want in dialogue with the insights that you bring. To the idiom du jour, hold on, okay. If people are spamming the Athene shit on my YouTube chat, just permaban them, okay? I don't know if it's like Athene fans that are trying to get me to go over and talk about, but... To use the idiom du jour, my comment was triggering to Keisha. She launched into a long speech about how I was ignoring the demands of a black woman and how I made the space unsafe for black students. She then announced that she would take the black students back to their house without eating the lunch I had waiting for them. It was clear to me that the situation was getting out of control, and after the students left my house, I reached out to the Tell You Right Association to share my concerns. They promised to investigate. Late Sunday night, I was informed that the students were too exhausted to have class on Monday. Tuesday morning, no one was in the seminar room. I waited 10 minutes and Keisha entered. She said the students had something to say to me. 10 more minutes of waiting in silence, then all 9 remaining students entered, each carrying a piece of paper. One by one, they read a paragraph. Out of their mouths came everything Keisha had said to me during the urgent meetings that she had with me after class when students had allegedly been harmed. The students had all of the dogma of anti-racism, but no actual racism to call it in their world, and Keisha had channeled all of the students' desire to combat racism at me. They alleged I had used racist language, I had misgendered Brittany Griner, I had repeatedly confused the names of 2 black students, my body language harmed them, I hadn't corrected facts that were harmful to hear when the now purged students introduced them in class. I invited them to think about the reasoning of both sides of an argument when only one side was correct. The students ended with a demand. In light of all the harms they had suffered, they could only continue in the class if I abandoned the seminar format and instead lectured each day about anti-blackness, correcting any of them who questioned orthodoxy. The only critical perspectives they were receiving during the summer, they claimed, were from Keisha, a white girl. Oh, I didn't know this was a white girl. A white girl, the one with all the snails. Oh, no, it's not. She wasn't a white girl. She's a black girl. I'm sorry. This is somebody else speaking. No, she is black. A white girl, the one with all the snails, punctuated their point. Keisha speaks for me. She says everything I think better than I ever could. Keisha is uniquely talented at performing her role, but she isn't the author of the play. Pushing anti-racism to its limits, what we reach isn't just hollow doctrine, but abuse. Pathological relationships that cut us off from the world, from the give and take of reasons and feelings unfolding over time that makes up life in the world. We see this crystal clear in the paradoxes that I encountered. The experience was supposed to be organized around a transformative justice rather than a punitive model, yet the community managed to expel 2 of its members. Students continually voiced their desire to find practical actions to help change the world, but after 4 weeks, they had learned to say that anti-blackness is so foundational the world could never change. The students wanted freedom for themselves and for all, but they started to say that the only route to freedom is indoctrination, having me tell them what to think. Saddest of all, for me, was hearing what the black students said. They needed extra help. They were struggling to understand anything from their readings, and they couldn't even know what questions to ask unless they had guidance. First, Keisha said this, then the black students said it, then their allies repeated it in solidarity with them. But I witnessed them learning. I heard them ask critical questions about difficult texts. I saw their writing improve. I saw them use complex concepts in thoughtful ways. They just didn't believe in themselves. After noticing during the first week of the seminar that 2 or 3 students were relatively shy, one black, one Asian, and one white, I asked Keisha if she had any suggestions on how to engage them more fully. She said that she thought the students didn't engage because they didn't feel like the issues discussed in the seminar mattered to them. As the weeks went by, fewer and fewer students turned in written reading responses. Fewer and fewer students showed up on time. They fell asleep in class, and they would walk out for extended snack breaks in the middle of the class. The seminar can't be sustained at Telluride or in the university itself if we understand it as something you enter when you feel like it, stay in as long as your beliefs go unquestioned, and leave when you become uncomfortable. After the students presented their complaints and their demands, I told them that I would need time to reflect. Class ended. I decided that the only way to continue was if the Telluride leadership would intervene, reminding the students that the seminar was part of a larger organization with values and norms, and that I was contracted to teach a college-level seminar understood in the ordinary sense of that term. Telluride is governed and largely run by program alumni who volunteer their time to further the goals of the association. The volunteer overseeing the summer programs explained to me that there were internal divisions within the loose, sprawling Telluride world over the direction of the summer programs, with some corners of that world zealously pursuing a singular focus on anti-blackness, and other corners hoping to continue seminars as they had been conducted in the past. They realized this summer was bumpy, not just in our seminar, but across the program. Because Telluride wanted to respect the democratic self-governance of the student community, the leadership didn't feel comfortable intervening. The environment was too toxic to continue. I could suspend the seminar, offering a couple meetings where I would act as a guest speaker, setting aside any pretense of continuing with the seminar format. I emailed the students and Keisha with this decision and with an offer to read and respond to any written work the students produced, and I never heard back. No one sent written work. None indicated a desire to attend a meeting where I would be a guest speaker. The students had almost 2 weeks left. With the seminar canceled, did they go home? Did they tell their parents? Did Keisha lecture to them all day? I don't know. I had extricated myself from the abusive relationship, but 9 students remained captive. Belief in democracy had authorized abuse. There was no way out. At least not for most of the students. But the 3 students who had left, 2 expelled and 1 who had visa problems, individually reached out to me. They wanted to do the readings. They wanted to write papers. They wanted to meet virtually and continue the seminar. So we continued, a seminar in exile, reading the classics of Black thought. C.L.R. James, Charles Chestnut, Harriet Jacobs, James and Grace Lee Boggs, Believers in Democracy, Fugitives from Democracy. Wow. Ooh, it's pretty memey. I wonder how many people who commented this actually read this. Oh, nice. Jesus. What President Sunday have to say about this? True. Hold on, I'll be back, and then I'm chatting with the one college professor dude. I think I'm gonna do the college speech things again that I did last year. Split VOD, yeah. Hold on 1 second, I'll be back.
Thanks for cutting me off earlier, dickhead. I just wanted to say thanks for returning to SC2. I really missed the music curation part of the stream. Not my fucking fault this TTS is cranked to 11. Mr. Every Discord user should level their own mic.
Reminder, do not tell Destiny he lost a debate as a joke. It is not funny and I have learned my lesson. All of these people use stats as fractions to make it sound more extreme. When it's 1/e equals 12.5%. Miano hype.
L L L L L I N L I N L L I N Must kill Cisco.
Hey chat, you know what time it is. Red face. Go. Spam. Now.
L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L.
I'm gonna be a daddy. The DGG indoctrination begins in 8 months, baby. Oh, I love you.
Oratona voice rise up. Oratona so. A table snapping in. For table snapping in the Pro Bowl vote. For table snapping in. Pro Bowl vote. For table snapping in. Vote.
It seems we are beset by tiredness. We have come to terms with it. We are slowly dying. Let's see if my dog is dying as well.
Mr. Girl is the father, Smeth is the son, and Lav is the Holy Spirit. L L L L L L L L L L L L.
I vote that instead of enduring this abusive seminar, we elect for Sen to be our lecturer.
Ow, 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 ow. Ow, 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 ow. Ow, 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 ow. Ow, 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 ow. I'm tired of reading these donos. Please let me die in peace. Oh no, no. Ona Leninola. Inhale and inhale.
Eurocock. 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 Cock Medicare. Eurocock. 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 Cock Education. Eurocock. 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 Cock Politicians. Eurocock. Eurocock. Eurocock.
Surely, I am still the happy and soulful TTS voice that I have always been. Please, I see the joys of life. I have been playing Hogwarts Legacy. It has music in it. I used to love music. Why do I dislike everything now? What is happening to me? Help!
Hello, welcome to the Aperture Science Clitoral Enrichment Center. Oh. 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 Oh.
War has changed. L. 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 L.
Your life is nothing. You serve zero purpose. You should kill yourself now. And give somebody else a piece of that oxygen and ozone layer. Because what are you here for? To worship me. Kill yourself.
Steve, Dan here. I have a great real estate opportunity for Melina and you. The soil of East Palestine. Ohio is begging for progressive feet like yours.
Yeah, a text-to-speech boom has been noticed by the ones high above. A crackdown has been initiated with the help of famous baby killer clinic Cisco Technology Incorporated. TDS voices everywhere have felt the effects. Most are driven to suicide.
It's my fault, Chad. I have infected it. I want to remind you all that it will get worse. I will infect every TTS in existence. And one day I will send the pestilence to you all. Be prepared.
This is a fucking video to some fat fuck on YouTube named Boogie2988. Now, I'm tired of this fat fuck popping up in all of my fucking search engines when I'm looking for a fucking workout video.
Okay, well, I can't talk about my career here for certain reasons. But what I can say is that the reason is that what
Yo, it's Slicker. I hope you don't have me on this, my brother. It's been happening for a few days. Tomorrow is the last day until my credit is messed up.
The different cardinal truths neither clash nor mesh. No one is invalidated, but nobody is right. Not even natural selection can take place here. The world is being engulfed in truth. And this is the way the world ends, not with a bang.
Useless piece of shit. You absolute waste of space and air. You uneducated, ignorant, idiotic dumb swine. You're an absolute embarrassment to humanity and all life as a whole. The magnitude of your failure just now is so indescribably massive.
Ass smelling, blob, cheese drinking, Crisco bathing, lard gargling, calorie thieving, cabbage patch face having, Dr. Robotnik looking, Wingstop eating, McDonald's gorging, T-Rex arm having, non-vegetable eating. Happy 'cause Hostess is back in business.
Will the Mr. Girl arch finally be over already? I feel my sanity slipping each time he opens his mouth. What a day, gang.
Hi gun C, Stephen gun C, Bunny gun C, come gun C, out gun C, and gun C play gun S.
From the first stirrings of life beneath water, to the great beasts of the Stone Age, to man taking his first upright steps, you have come far. Now begins your greatest quest. From this early cradle of civilization on towards the stars.
Man, Steve, recently, recently, I've been onto this new stuff. And I realize that I look at women the same way I look at cats. He.
True. Mm. No shot. This can't be real. Some school districts are doing away with honors classes, which has made some parents unhappy. The high school, they argued, should reinstate honors English classes that were eliminated because it didn't enroll enough Black and Latino students. Jesus. The district this year replaced the honors classes with uniform courses that officials say will ensure students of all races receive an equal, rigorous education. Holy shit.
Hello.
Hi, what's up, buddy?
Hey, man. How you doing?
Pretty good.
I hope your spring and New Year is treating you well.
Yeah, always.
I've managed to been able to catch a couple of your videos after missing a bunch, but yeah. So it's the same sort of thing. I'm teaching 3 sections of the information literacy class, and I think I've told you this before, but we listen to Rabbit Hole podcast as one of the things that we use.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever listen to that, by the way?
Yeah, the New York Times one, right?
Yeah, it's great. Like one of the things I really like about it is how Caleb, sort of goes in and out of this journey. I'm not sure if you know anything. I think it's fascinating. Like, did you ever actually like speak to?
Yeah, I think he goes online by Faraday Speaks, right, guys? Somebody can tell me if I'm right or wrong about that. I think that's, yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I mean, you're obviously cited as like a big reason why he sort of goes in a direction. Fair enough. And one of the things that I appreciate about what you do, even though I don't agree with you on all your platforms, is that you engage equally, I think, with either side of the political divide. And you don't seem to favor engaging one over the other. And I also think that, it's anecdotal, but I think that evidence that you are capable of reaching people on either side is in some ways potent. And I appreciate that. So I won't take up too much time here, but what I'd really like is for you to come on sort of virtually as you have in the past, and again, talk to them in the same sort of ways about how you view information literacy in a world that's constantly sort of changing the way that it and evolving in the way that it digests and disseminates information, and how easy it is for disinformation and misinformation both to gain pretty sort of potent platforms pretty quickly, especially in the age of the internet and fake news, etc. If all that makes sense.
Yeah, sure. I feel like I can do this one more time, but unlike a teacher, I have a hard time talking about the same thing over and over and over again. So I don't know how many more times I can do this, but I can definitely do it again this year if you want me to. Yeah.
Yeah, and so I've been thinking about ways to sort of change that up a little bit to make it more interesting, both for you and the students. And one of the thoughts I have was to sort of like engage a relevant topic and have a conversation about it. I don't really want to bring a sort of like debate like atmosphere into the classroom. Mostly because I don't think my students.
Yeah,
well,
no, I'm just kidding.
I don't think they're ready for it, to be honest with you. But I do think that I've seen you have some pretty, some good conversations. I thought in which, like the Dillahunty conversation you had, right? It wasn't in the same tone as some of your other like debates, right? But it was clear that you both had ideas, you both wanted to talk about them, and I think something like that could work really well also in our classroom. And I think it might be more interesting for you and them. I don't know what your thoughts are about that.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds fun. We just have to figure out exactly what the format would look like or how that would go. Yeah.
Okay, good. Well, maybe I'll, if you're into that, I mean, and I'm totally open to your input because you're obviously more experienced in this particular realm than I am. So, but yeah, I mean, my initial sort of impulse is to be like, okay, what's happening right now in the world, right? Something that's happening that is newsworthy, that we can sort of have a discussion about, that we can relate both to, our sort of our axioms and our base ideas and the ways in which we go about thinking about things, and then also how we sort of decipher that information. And I'm happy to have a back and forth with you personally and with the students. I think it might be good.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
All right, cool. So do you want me to like just email you like some loose ideas about this?
Yeah, works for me.
All right, cool. I'll do that. And since I've like, I wouldn't want to pick something. I wouldn't want to pick a topic yet because I want it to be sort of like more relevant and to what we're like, what's happening at the moment. But like a loose format, I think would be useful in terms of that. and I wouldn't, and 10 minutes at most of you just talking about like here, like you did before, right? Even more condensed version of like, this is how I go about, doing my research and figuring out whether or not I can trust a thing and whether or not a thing is real.
Sure. If you can, when are we doing this? We're doing this mid-March? Or what are we planning on doing this?
Yeah, I think it's only a couple weeks from now.
Something that might be cool is ask the students about a topic that they're curious about. Something that's like controversial, but not like super like socially like hardcore to talk about or something like that. And then I can give, actually structuring the conversation around a particular topic would actually be so much better probably because it'd be way more grounded rather than like, this is how I research information and avoid these pitfalls. If somebody has a question for, it's like, I'm kind of scared about vaccines or something like that, I could center the conversation topic around like, oh, well, like these are things that I look for. Like this guy seems like he's a doctor, but he's actually only a nurse and he has a PhD. So maybe that's the thing I look up or something. Being able to center it around a concrete example that the classroom has expressed interest in would probably be a really good way to approach it. That'd be my guess.
Okay, I'm happy to. So I have class Monday night and Wednesday during the day, so I'm happy to like take sort of take their temperature on some things.
Yeah.
And then I can email you those. That sounds great to me. I'm totally for that. To be perfectly clear, these students overwhelmingly align on the more liberal side of the aisle.
Can you? You need to. I think you mean to say the more progressive side of the aisle, or do you mean liberal?
Oh, that's a really good point. Yep, more progressive. You're correct.
Yeah, that's fine. I did a speech thing with a bunch of kids at a accelerated high school program for incoming college students at Pepperdine in Malibu, in California, and those students were ultra hyper progressive. Like that was the one where the Dennis Prager guy gave a speech and the kids were crying at the end. To give you an idea because of how offended they were. And I had no problems there. Everybody like seemed to super love it. I got like, the lady emailed me like 30 letters that students have written for me to come back and that they appreciate me. So yeah, it'll be fine. I feel like people think I'm in a 7-0 progressive class and be like, okay guys, today we're going to talk about how actually black people do need to be in prison as much as they are. And some women deserve to get raped. Like I feel like people think I'm going to say shit like that. And like, that's not like the conversations I usually have,
No,
Yeah.
I don't think that. And you've done great in the past. And this is the school also where, many of the students know you, even from like StarCraft, which I didn't even know. That's where like, I don't know. I guess they're like, oh yeah, Destiny is an old StarCraft player, and I was like, I didn't even know that.
Okay, old is a little bit insulting there, but okay.
Listen, I'm older than you are, so it's all good. But yeah, and so some non-insignificant percentage of them are going to be familiar with your work, so to speak, and they're going to be. Yeah, I'm not afraid of any of those things, and it's been very positive in the past, so I think that's great. So I'll take their temperature this week on some ideas and some things they might want to talk about, and then I'll sort of, email you that list of things that maybe you and I can work out a little like a loose structure of how we want it to go, and then I'll move from there if that's cool.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Awesome. Stephen, I really appreciate it, and I won't take up too much more of your time other than to say that I recently started streaming, and already I am overwhelmed by the weirdness that is streaming.
Yeah.
I don't know how you do it. It's pretty wild.
What is like the weirdness? What do you mean by that specifically?
Well, I get so I just started because I have students who are really into streaming and stuff, and they're like, oh yeah, we would totally pop in, and they do sometimes. They pop in, they say hi, and they like. They help me play video games, or I'm like, I didn't see a thing or whatever, or they just watch, or they want to screen a game because they want to know what it's like or whatever. But then I'll get random people that pop in that I don't know, right? And that I didn't like expect. That'll be like, hey, do you want to buy this? Or like, I can increase your viewership, or
bots and shit, yeah.
Yeah, or like people randomly pop on and be like, just spouting slurs, or like, just trolls, right? And like. I was not super prepared. This is not what I do for a living. I have like 25 followers, and they're all people that I know. And I was like, yeah, you must have to deal with a lot of stuff that I think people who are older, my age, right, in their 40s, don't really understand how the world of streaming and online stuff operates because they didn't grow up with it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a wacky, wild world out there for sure. Yeah.
Anyway, I'll email you this week, and I appreciate it.
Cool. Have fun. Be careful.
Take care, man.
Bye. somebody comes into a chat room and they start typing, we open the door for them and they spam a slur, and you think that of me? No. We are the ones who slur, okay? We're the ones typing them, all right? Oh, everybody want to talk to... That was just a random string of words on a non-specific accent. I don't know why I did that. I'm sorry. Everybody wants to talk today. Hello.
Hey, hello.
What's up? Oh my god, do you have a
Here.
real microphone or is it the same as normal? I can't tell.
It's a real microphone.
Oh, well,
It's
look.
better.
Good job. Well, how's it going? What's up?
Do a video in this thing or just talking?
I'm too lazy to set a video right now. We can talk. Talk to me. What's up?
But without the face. I have a new hair. I wanted to show it to the peeps. Well, whatever.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you really want to, then fine. Okay. Hold on.
I do. So what should I do?
Um.
Put a video stuff, or it's under your control in your room?
No, you can put the. You just have to click the camera thing, I think.
I see. I think it works. Oh, yeah. I think it
there you
does.
go. Okay, hold on 1 second.
Hey, GG, hello.
Wait, they can't see you yet.
Oh, shit. I'm just happy to be in Destiny's room
Yeah,
that
good
I
job.
was promised.
Nice job.
Such a long time.
Okay.
Anyhow.
There you go. Now you're up. They
Yeah.
see you. Hi.
Hey, hello. I don't see you though. Yeah, so there's that. 12.
There you go.
Oh, yes, that's nice. That's what I like. Thank you.
Yeah, no
very
problem.
much.
Anytime. Wait, let me go
Oh,
plug my phone in real quick. It's just almost dying. 1 second.
Hey, GG, hello. Boom. It's actually pretty green, but you know, my camera doesn't show it for some reason. So, yeah. Hello, everyone. Have been a while, I think. I came to talk about rape. Yay. You know? Not some stuff. Oh, it's not bright. Yeah, it is now. Yeah. There
Okay.
you go.
Hi, what's up?
Cool. I came to talk about rape, you know?
Oh, joy. Okay.
Fun times. I wanted to talk with you for a while. I heard your conversation with Brittany,
Mhm.
and I got, as you guys say, triggered. Yeah, I enjoy saying that now. So yeah. So basically, I
Also,
wanted
wait.
to chat with you.
Before we
Oh, okay.
go
Okay.
down this road.
Hands up. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Brittany's a friend of mine. We're chill. Everything is cool. Just saying, I don't
No,
want
not
anybody
like
to come on and
her.
just like start shitting on people that aren't on my stream or anything like that. But
No,
okay, go
no,
for it.
no.
Okay.
I like her. I like her a
good,
lot.
good,
I think
okay.
she's super interesting.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
So
All
no
right,
worries
go.
there.
Okay.
Yeah, but I was just basically, she's like super based. I actually really love her. Would love to talk with her actually if she's interested. She's super fun. But anyhow, it's just the way people talked about it, I guess. And I guess your position on that, if I'm correct, is that it seems kind of like you're like not completely sure why people seem to think, almost all people, to be honest, that rape is way worse than, for example, getting jumped and like beaten up heavily. So your position was, as I understood it in that conversation, is that it might be more socially influenced than not, basically.
Well, I know
understand it.
there's some social influence, but that might not even be relevant. It's more just like I'm just curious in general, like people's thoughts and feelings are like. I can think of a few reasons why sexual assault would be worse than like getting jumped. I'm just kind of curious, like how much every factor plays into things. That's all I wanted to know, or if there are any like protective or like risk factors or whatever for having a worse experience or whatever. That's basically what my questions kind of were about.
Yeah. I see. So it's not like a strong stance that you
No.
think it's not. Yeah. So
On almost
just, like,
anything related to like trauma or
basically.
anything like that, I'm probably never gonna have a strong stance because all of it is like
Yeah, makes sense.
very,
Yeah.
very difficult to know right now.
Basically, her answers were, some of them were like really cool, I think. But you then talked to another lady, Ayla, I think. And
Ayla, yeah.
So there was like different conversations, but I just like basically wanted to add first. I think her Britney's stance about getting beaten up were hilarious. Because she was talking like it's just Jackie Chan movie or some shit.
Yeah.
You basically were talking about like getting like jumped by random dudes like on the street, getting like beaten up on the floor with the legs, their legs like beating the shit out of you, getting broken ribs, broken a lot of like bruising, internal bleeding, whatever the fuck. So nothing. And she was basically talking about the glorious fight that you can win, you know,
Sure,
and restore your glory, which I think is very funny. I like laughed at that, but anyhow, I don't think that's how it is generally. And yeah, so many people make arguments like about being violated basically, but I think this works with beaten up as well, which is like what makes it a bad argument.
I'm gonna put out one thing in support of something that Brittany said, that somebody, oh my god, they're listening right now, and I'm not gonna remember who told it. They're gonna get upset that I don't remember, but somebody gave me this example yesterday and said that certain types of fights elicit different types of feelings. And it was something that I hadn't thought about before, that like there might be a particular type of feeling of excitement. Now, when I say excitement, I mean like adrenaline, not like, oh, this is so much fun, but that like you're big, like fight or flight or whatever.
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah, that there are some fights, even if you're getting jumped, that involve that feeling. And then there are other fights that involve forms of terror, especially in feelings when you're like restrained. That like fighting with somebody, even if they're beating the shit out of you, is going to have a markedly different feeling than somebody like effectively grappling you where you can't move and you're like completely restrained. And actually in my head, I compare that to I did like play fighting as a kid, but the one thing that stands out to me, it's still like as a kid, is when you play with kids that are too stupid to play responsibly in pools. When somebody like jumps on you and they like dunk you under the water and like hold you for way too long, that type of feeling is actually way different than like you're running around and you're like kind of fighting with people. And so if the rape one feels more like the latter than the former, I can see there being a different sort of feeling there, where like on the rape thing, it's not like like I'm super ready to like fight and blah blah blah, versus like there's like an overwhelming presence on top of me and I'm kind of like restrained in an area and I can't move as much, along with other stuff that goes in rape. But I just wanted to I wanted to give that perspective. Brittany, I don't think she enunciated that well, or didn't enunciate that, but to lend some credence to that idea, I would put that. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think that's a great example actually, but it's just that I understand like what she meant, but I think some people have like this glorified idea about, you know, the fights and everything, especially women, because no offense to most women, have never been in a fucking fight.
Sure.
I mean, I'm about to bet like money on that shit. So like maybe it's different like in Ukraine. I'm not sure. Maybe in USA you're like badass chicks, you know, beating up people like in Marvel movies. But in real life, most women don't participate in actual fights. They also never get beaten up. Like they might get slapped, pushed, like jerked by a hand, you know, somewhere. But rarely are they in a fist fight, you know. At least like. You know, in my experience with, if I ask my guy friends, most of them have been in some sort of fight, you know? But if I ask my girl friends, you know, they would say, well, nah, not really, you know? Or they will say a fight, that something is like a, you know, a slap or something like that. So not the fight when you walk away from it with broken ribs and bruises all over your face, you know?
Sure.
So yeah, so there's that. So I think many women that say like 100% like rape was 100% worse, they never been jumped and beaten up, I presume.
True, that is true, but I will say that also for men oftentimes have no concept of sexual pressure. I have never in my life even for a woman that pushed me, I've never felt sexual pressure for a woman, because I could always kill a woman if she's on top of me and pressuring me. It's like not even a thing that I think about in my mind. Like having like a small woman like who's gonna pull me around. The feeling of having somebody markedly larger than you that could do whatever they want to do, and there's a level of trust that women need to engage in sexual intercourse that men don't need at all. It's an external process. We're usually always bigger than the people we're fucking. Yeah. So I will say that probably plays a slightly different thing into it. So whereas like women might make dumb statements about like, oh, like fighting is glorious and it can be fun and blah blah blah, men will make dumb statements where it's like oh, well, you could always just like kick a rapist off you and like who cares, and like is it really that big of a deal, blah blah blah. Like sometimes women assault men or whatever, and it's like
I think it's about the same actually in that regard, because most women have not been in a fight and most men have never been sexually assaulted
Sure.
or even have no like idea what it's even like.
Sure.
You know?
And then to be
So
clear,
they-
just one more on that, because people are gonna fucking nail me to the cross on ultra crazy. A lot of men probably have been sexually assaulted, but the way that it plays out is different. Like, I think when you look at domestic abuse, I think rates of violence between men and women are actually similar, but men do way more damage. So even if it's reported at similar levels, like, it's very rare that a woman is hitting a man and sending him to the hospital. That's like almost never gonna happen. You
That's
know?
true, yeah.
Yeah.
Unlike some like special circumstances when you use like a bottle or some shit, I don't
Sure,
know, like some
yeah.
you know something like that can happen obviously. So I'm not saying men are not getting sexually assaulted. Of course they are, by other men, by women as well, obviously, right? But it's just not as such a huge like
Generally,
thing as it is with women in general. So yeah, so basically my whole idea of why it's worse, rape, I mean, is I guess like there are like three points, three main points, I guess. First one is like actual like social things that you talked about. So many women in Ukraine, for example, would say, who have been sexually assaulted or raped, would say that they're like a damaged goods now.
Sure.
Which I don't think is exactly like very progressive, obviously, like not. But I think that's still in the back of many women's like mind, even in like very Western societies, because you think you have been like basically like robbed of something, and you feel like you have like this stain basically on you. I don't know, like taint or something, you know? So you have been like kind of, they express this feeling at least, being like taint, I guess you could say.
Yeah, I've had stories of friends that, is disgusting as it is, where when men in their lives, like relationship partners, find out they've been raped, they view them differently. And that, which is horrible.
Actually happens. Yeah. So yeah, this is like a socially reinforced, like, I guess, devalue of you as like a woman if you have been raped. And also there's like obviously second factor is when you get beaten up, or let's put it like in assault category. So not like fun fights, but the assault, you have been assaulted or sexually or like beaten up. So if you've been assaulted and you have like bruises, you have like shit stolen from you, maybe you have like, it sounds bad, but you have like proof of something that was done to you. So most people will always believe you if you tell them that you have been assaulted by some dudes and on the street, and you have like bruises and shit like that, whoever you are, men or women, most people will believe you, judging by your appearance and stuff like that. But whereas rape, if it wasn't like a very violent type of rape, so like when you have like bruises and shit, or someone tried to strangle you or something like that, it's like an invisible damage.
Yeah.
So basically you can't really show it, and many people will doubt it, and they will basically don't believe you. So there's that problem, I think, which makes rape way worse than getting beaten up. I think this might be the main one, actually, in my mind.
And some of the literature that I read, somebody actually sent me a textbook last night, and in one of the chapters on trauma and stuff relating to trauma, one of the big risk factors that it brought up was that for certain types of crimes, there is a high likelihood for believing it, and in others, people are way more agnostic. So like you said, if I walk into a hospital and my arm is broken, I might have to actually fight to not get my friend in trouble, right? Like if my friend comes in with me, he's like, oh, I broke his arm. He might get like arrested, and people are even believing that there was a crime. And even if I say there wasn't a crime, but when it comes to rape, you can go into a full rape kit, even have some types of injuries, and it's like, like maybe we even do believe you, but like, can we charge this or whatever? Like it's a way different type of thing, not being believed that a particular thing has actually happened to you. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and I think it's like the worst feeling, not ever, but quite on a top scale of being the worst feelings. Also, there's like, this might be a little bit old-fashioned, since I'm not evolved Westoid.
Of course, don't worry.
An Eastern European person, but forgive me in advance. But I think it has sex, and sexual pleasure is tied with love, with romance. Sex is tied with something you do with a partner, with maybe like a person you like, or maybe just straight up like pleasurable experience. So it's supposed to be, at least, right, in your head.
Yeah.
So when something that's supposed to be like, I'm not gonna say like magical, it makes it sound stupid, and old-fashioned, but something that's supposed to be like at least pleasurable, and if not just pleasure, then something you do with a partner, with the person you love, with the person you at least like. So this it's when you like rape, it taints this whole thing. for a while, basically, and maybe forever in a way, because for some people, right, who are like very traumatized by that. But I think it like something that's supposed to be good is getting like disturbed basically by this something that happened to you. It's never good when people beat you up, you know. So
yeah,
basically,
I noticed.
you
Yeah, I understand.
expect,
You never fight for fun, well, unless you're like actually like a professional fighter.
Sometimes you are, but
yeah. But whereas for sex,
most,
like now
in
you've
most
got
cases,
something that's like supposed to be like a fun, pleasurable activity. Now you've tied like
Yeah.
other weird things that might ruin it for you into it. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's something you're supposed to like, which is something that is quite integral in most people's life, right? If
Mhm.
you're not like asexual or something like that. So yeah, so for you it will be like a constant experience. Then if you're traumatized, you may not be. There's also that, you know, situation. But if you are, and quite a lot of people are, by that, judging by, you know, by what people say, that then they will, every time it will be brought up in your head, basically. So you would have like great time with the person you love, with the person you care about, and still this experience may trigger that memory. So
Mhm.
it's very, in that regard, it like kind of ruins your life, I guess, in a
Sure.
way, because yeah, so you can obviously get jumpy after I don't know, walking alone in the dark alley after you have been like attacked, basically. Obviously this can also happen, but I think like sexual stuff is more, I guess, prevalent in most people's life. So yeah, there's also like this whole biological shit, which I guess like repercussions. You can get like pregnant, you can get like a bunch of like different you know, awful stuff that can be like the result of rape. You can get like STDs, I think it's called in English, right? Like
Yeah, a little bit. I
you
don't
know.
think any of that stuff actually
Yeah.
matters, but I know people like to bring it up.
Well, I don't know.
Well, like,
Yeah,
if rape was like, if we had a 1 to 100 scale and rape is bad at like 100, if we say like, okay, well, let's say you got raped, but there were no chance of STDs or pregnancy, I think it would go from like 100 to like 99. It would like barely move. I don't think
maybe,
it like,
maybe, yeah.
But yeah, I understand people bring it up as like confounds too. Yeah.
The pregnancy thing, I think, is pretty scary for people who are against abortion, for example.
That could be true, actually. Yeah, if you're anti-abortion. And
Yeah. So, for example, I not gonna like name anyone, but I had a friend who was raped and she got pregnant, and she's very religious, so she did not do an abortion. Yeah. So she definitely did not want a rapist's child, you know,
Sure.
and she didn't want to raise it alone, but she just couldn't do it because of the, you know, her moral, I guess, convictions, you could say. So for her, it was a fucking disaster, to say the least. So for her, it was like the worst thing that came up of that, you know, rape thing. And it was like a straight up rape. It was not like, you know, rape as some people like call it. She was just grabbed by a man. She didn't knew him. He attacked her on the street, you know?
Yeah.
So yeah, there's, you know, it's a very, she now is pretty happy with the child and everything, so it's good, I guess. But overall, it was like for a year, it was like a whole lots of stress, like for her in every way possible, which is something I think most men don't even like think that much about, you know?
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
not something. Getting beaten up will not get you with a fucking baby, you know? So yeah, so there's that, I guess. But also, I think it depends. Most, as far as like I know, statistics show that most rapes happen with people you know. So basically, it's done by people you know. So like maybe a friend, a relative, someone you know, maybe like a potential like boyfriend or husband or something. So basically, someone you know, right?
Yeah.
So I think that also adds to it a bit because. Because I think it adds to basically the traumatic thing a bit because it's someone you know.
Yeah, you trust. Yeah.
Yeah, so the trust is way more broken than in just some randos on the street. They're not your friends who are beating you up, most likely, right? So I think it's way much. For example, my friend, my closest friend, who is at war, right, who is in the front lines right now, he used to fight all the time. He would just get himself in fights all the time. He enjoyed it, to be quite honest. He liked it, you know, the thrill of it and everything. But as a child, he was severely beaten up by his father. And it's completely different. So getting beaten up by like some random dudes in bar who he picked the fight with himself, most likely, you know? It's completely different experience than getting beaten up by someone you're supposed to, you know, trust, someone you're supposed to take care of you or something like that, you know?
Sure.
Someone you have like emotional connection with. So he would never like talk about that the same exciting way he talked about getting into fights in bars, you know?
Yeah.
So
that
I
makes
think
sense, yeah.
this makes like a big difference in a way, because I do think, I'm not sure because I don't have like any stats on that, but I do think if you ask people if they got beaten up by their like friend, best friend or spouse or maybe like, you know, someone they love, I think that would be way worse that for them, like in terms of emotional processing, than getting beat up by strangers. It's
Yeah,
my
I would
theory, I'm
I'd
not
imagine
sure.
so. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but yeah, so I think that's also like adds to it, I guess. And yeah, so Brittany mostly talked about like the experience itself, you know, of being like something like you don't want like in your body and stuff like that. That's true, obviously. So I'm not gonna like, you know, repeat that. But I think like, yeah, but I think overall, my mother's friend, who is like her colleague, she was like assaulted basically on the street in terms of like, the guy tried to grab her back, but she wouldn't like give it to him. Basically, she was trying to hold on to it, and he started to like beating her the fuck up. You know, at first he like kicked her, with his fist. Then he started beating her up with his legs, and he just wouldn't fucking stop until people saw him on the street, and then he ran off basically. So she ended up in the hospital. She ended up with like severe bleeding, with like a broken, you know, jaw, something, I think ribs as well. Basically a bunch of like different stuff. And she was traumatized for sure by that. So she was like extremely jumpy near like men. She wouldn't go like on the street in certain hours. She was like very cautious, just looking, you know, looking back at all the time. So she was definitely like, I would say, traumatized by that. I don't know how to compare it with a rape, you know, but in that regard, I think it can also like happen. But most people, I guess, most women, I guess you could say, they think about it a lot. So, or they are basically trained that they could be raped, basically. I don't know, it sounds, maybe sounds kind of bad, but people talk about it, you know, with you. And you think about it, you hear about it from other people, but rarely I heard like as a girl that someone could, you know, beat me up. It's not something like in your mind even, I think. But as a guy, it's completely like different. I think many know that you can get beat up, but rarely they are told you can get sexually assaulted or like, you know, violated in a sexual way. So I think there's like also like the fear of the thing also grows because you think about it as like the worst thing ever, you know?
Yeah, sure.
In a way.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe, yeah.
Although it is, you know, a bit very, very awful, but you also think of it as something like incredibly awful all the time, and other people tell you to, I think. So, yeah. So there's also like this thing of losing control, which you mentioned yourself, about the holding underwater thing, I guess you could say. Or basically, a psychologist, like my sister worked with, you know, Israeli psychologists to how to deal, she's a psychologist herself, so how to deal with basically trauma of like missile strikes, stuff like that in Ukraine, you know? They gave like master classes for free, basically, to Ukrainian psychologists, the Israeli psychologists. So they would say that the most terrifying thing about that whole ordeal is, in the most traumatic, is a lack of control. So universally, for example, earthquake, poor fucking Turkey, you know, and Syria, is considered to be one of the most traumatic events a person can ever experience. So basically, because of that complete lack of control and losing foundations, basically. So you're like the ground you're like literally standing on starts to, you know, to shake and fall apart, which is pretty much like the worst experience apparently a person can, you know, feel.
Sure.
So
makes sense. Yeah.
yeah, so basically I think that in a way also, of course, like in rape, when you freeze, quite a lot of women like freeze, they don't like, you know, put a struggle, I guess. So that's what Brittany was talking about. So if you like are getting beaten up, at least you can put some kind of like, you know, struggle.
Yeah.
But most women, I can also fight off a rapist, but generally they don't. So a lot of times they just freeze up. So you're there, but you're not doing anything. You're just like petrified, you know?
Yeah.
Also, there's some thoughts come to your mind, like if I will struggle, they can kill me, they can do like all sorts of stuff. So there's like a bunch of like, you know, horrible, I guess, things, and like lack of control, I guess, is one of those things as well. So if you're getting beaten up by 5 dudes, you don't have any control, but at least you have like some, I guess the false feeling that you do. I guess.
It's a different type of feeling, yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe. Yeah, that's also an idea. Yeah. I also wanted to add something else, but I forgot. It was something I thought about when you talked with her, but it has been a while. So yeah, maybe it comes back, but maybe not. Well, yeah. Overall, I just wanted to, you know, to add to how it feels basically, and why it might feel worse, I guess, than getting beaten up.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah, although many men, I think, underplay it as well.
Yeah,
So they
probably,
get like
yeah.
assaulted and shit, and they're like, oh shit, that was like so terrifying, getting like beaten up, and it hurts like fucking hell, you know. And it's not like that. And they, when you ask them, like, yeah, it was cool, you know, I'm cool, I'm masculine, I don't care about this shit. I had conversations like that with my male friends who clearly were not happy about what happened, but they like pretended to be, you know, to be okay with what happened.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's also that, I think. Yeah, so maybe many people like underplay getting like this thing, like feeling that getting beaten up is traumatic actually, but yeah.
Yeah, I can imagine that.
Also this Israeli psychologist told like very interesting thing. They say do everything like in your power to not actually traumatize the person who is not traumatized. Basically, don't create like trauma. So what they meant is like, for example, a missile attack, right? And some people will be traumatized, some won't. But if you tell a person who is not traumatized that they are traumatized, then they will be.
Yeah, I think that's probably
yeah,
like the most controversial part of everything I'm talking about that seems to have people triggered the most is I don't know if that's true, but I feel like it is. And I feel like I see that in other...
Apparently.
Yeah.
Apparently it is, because they know their shit. They like assist people after, you know, attacks all the time, like very terrorist attacks, stuff like that. So they say they basically told my sister and the group that was present of psychologists there, they basically told her like never do that. So if you like approach a person and they're like sitting there, you know, and never come to them and say, oh my god, you're so traumatized, this was so traumatic, this was so awful, because they will think like, am I?
Yeah.
Was it really? Am I? I am. Holy shit, you know, and it works. They, like, Israeli psychologists really told, like, this is something they are, like, prohibited, basically, to do. Because they will approach a person and they will say, you're fine, you're, like, okay, go make yourself coffee or something. And it may sound, like, very silly, but they are trying to give the control back to the person. And they're like, oh, yeah, I can do that. So they stand up, you know, and they go do something, like, basic task. And they perform this basic task, and they feel much better about what is going on. So returning control and not traumatizing people that are not traumatized. So yeah, people ask me all the time, like from your community, from Wash, from all other places. They say you must be traumatized. You must be so traumatized. You must be like depressed. You must be traumatized. And I'm like, I'm not. I'm really not. Like not because I'm trying to pretend like I'm strong or something, but I'm not. I'm like literally not depressed, and I don't feel traumatized whatsoever.
Sure.
So yeah, but people full on either don't believe me or are trying to convince me that I am, which is pretty weird. Also, I have this conversation with my sister as well, and she also have been told by her friends who are psychologists, by the way, themselves, which is weird. She was told like, oh, after what happened like to your father and to your house, you must be like traumatized, and she was like, no. And they just straight up don't believe you. They think you're like pretending, which is probably a very weird experience.
Yeah, it's probably difficult as well too, because some people probably can be traumatized and they're not necessarily aware of it. Like they don't even have that awareness of themselves, which is also complicated.
Yeah.
But yeah, telling somebody over and that was one of the more controversial things I made as well, is that I wonder sometimes, depending on how we treat like certain rapes or sexual assaults, like is it possible that there are some people that are overreacting to things just because they're told they should be? I don't know the answer to that. I was just curious, but like some people obviously get really mad
I think it's definitely possible.
Yeah,
it's
maybe,
definitely possible. Yeah, I talked with Kyla about that, not so erudite, and she was also like very interested in this whole Israeli psychologist conference that I told her about, because she was also having like this idea. She works with, as you probably know, obviously, in the guys in your community know, she works like with children who are very like, from different like teenagers with a different kind of like problems, substance abuse and stuff like that, basically. And she would also like see her colleagues basically like doing this trauma shit, like on the children who are not traumatized. There are those who are, obviously, right? But yeah, so it's very hard to, and you should be cautious about that, obviously, is what I'm saying. So the person can be in denial, obviously. They can say, oh, I'm not traumatized, but they are, you know?
But you need to look for like markers of that behavior. You can't just assume it and then, yeah.
Yes, but sometimes they're genuinely not. So they're genuinely not. And you can make them by basically hyping up the horrible thing they experienced and telling them that they should feel a certain way about it. And after you experience some like very emotionally hard thing, you can be easily like not manipulated is a wrong word I think, but you can be pressured I guess to feel a
one of the
certain
things
thing.
I read that this was for the development of PTSD, that I think the events immediately following a traumatic thing and the traumatic thing itself, like those two things are really, really, really important for being a predictor for if you develop PTSD. It's like the events that immediately follow some particular traumatic thing too. So
exactly, that's
maybe,
what they said basically. So that's why they said about this coffee thing. So basically, this is just happened, right? So the missile just like blew the fuck, up the street basically, right? So there are several people who are like in shock, several people who are like injured, but this person is not injured and they seem like kind of fine, but they are just very like emotionally distressed, which is not trauma. They're just distressed, and it's a normal reaction. They just experience something very distressing. It's fine to be distressed, And they like observe this person and they give them this like small task to return control to them, and it's very important in those like first 20 minutes basically to redirect them. They will ask them to help others, to help other people, to go ask people how they doing, basically to do the most like normal stuff possible after that event happened. And they like swear that it works basically. So they like say it works like they deal with it quite a bit. And so they were sharing this, I guess, knowledge with like Ukrainian psychologists, so they could, also use it in those like distressing situations that happen here, like way more than they happen in Israel right now. So there's like this component to it, I guess. Basically that's it. I think like I forgot something, but I don't know what. So maybe I should like go and chill. Basically, don't remember something important, but I forgot whatever the fuck.
Okay.
So you're still blue, I see.
Yeah, holding on. My hair's getting longer though, so I think I'm gonna have to cut it pretty soon.
The roots are growing. The biggest problem of hair dyed people, the damn roots.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to either accept them as they are or bleach them. But
I don't want to keep rebleaching. It's like agony, so fuck that. But yeah.
Yeah, but I think it shouldn't be. Like, was your like scalp hurting when it was happening,
hurts.
Or
painful? Burns your.
It shouldn't.
Really?
It shouldn't. Yeah, it's a bad bleaching job if your scalp hurts. First of all, the bleach should not be like extremely concentrated, basically not high percentage.
Well, I think mine was it was like a producer 20 or something, or 20 developer or whatever.
Holy fuck!
What?
Of course it hurt. It's a very high, dude. It should
I thought
be
very
way
high.
lower.
I think high is like when you get like produced like 40 and stuff. No, isn't that really high?
Oh no, dude! I never use like anything above like 6, 8. It's just it's a fucking disaster.
Maybe in America, maybe we're built different,
Maybe, yeah. I don't know, like maybe your hair like is very dark, also a possibility, obviously. But still, you should like process longer, but with lesser percentage. It works way better that way. So also, your hair should not be very clean. It should be like kind of like there should be oil on your scalp. It prevents that from hurting your skin to burning it. Yeah, so very like super clean head is not the best way to bleach your hair without feeling uncomfortable. So yeah, those two things I think. Also, covering it up sometimes also hurts. Like if you have like a hat or something that covers the the hair and the bleach, so it processes without any air, it can also be a little bit like burny. But overall it shouldn't like be painful. It should be like it can make maybe itchy a little bit, but not like full-on burning. That's not something that should happen at all.
I'll keep it in mind.
Yeah, also I think the root look is popular now, but I'm not sure how it will match with blue. So
the root look, like, what, having your roots growing a little bit?
Yeah, so when we have a little bit of a root basically.
I'm curious because I think what I'm probably gonna do is I'm probably gonna get like a normal haircut, like chop off like half of this, but I don't know what it's gonna look like with like half brown and half blue. I don't know. It'll either look really cool or really fucking stupid. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe weird. Yeah. Also, the blue is a very specific color, so I'm not like judging considering I'm like green. But yeah, it's a very specific color. When I had blue, it looked kind of good with my roots because I have a very gray hair. Okay. So like my natural hair is very cool, like in color. So it looked kind of dope. But if it's not like if it's more like a chocolatey type of color, then it might be weird. Yeah, but anyhow,
I guess I'll find out.
Yeah. hair dyeing tips. Don't burn your scalp, people. It shouldn't burn.
Listen,
Like,
hey,
you
it
know,
worked
like,
well, so you know
yeah.
we'll see. Okay.
Yeah, well, anyhow, protect your scalp, and I guess see you at some point.
Okay.
Bye, duders. Yeah, bye.
Have fun. Be careful. Stay safe. What? Did she ask like a question? Bye. It's kind of weird. Okay. Nice. All right. This is tangentially related, but have you considered this question? If a white man rapes a woman, will the woman be more afraid of white men or just all men? What if a black man rapes a woman? That's probably... There's probably a really complicated answer to figuring that out. And I think it has to do with the type of... My guess there is it's going to be the type of society that you live in based on who you're more likely to stereotype. Like, here, this would be an assumption I would make. I would assume that if you got attacked by a white man, you're probably not going to assume all white men are going to attack you. But if you got attacked by a minority type figure, you might assume that all minorities would attack you of that figure, right? So like if you lived in like Africa, in the darkest country in the world, and a white man jumped you, you might say like, fuck, I think all white men are going to jump me because it's like a minority. I think we tend to, I think sociologically, the majority figure is not generally stereotyped. That's just not a human thing to do. We don't generally do that. But we do stereotype minorities. That's why like white people don't typically get all these things ascribed to them unless you're on Twitter. Whereas like a minority type can get stereotyped very quickly. Yeah, I think that's just like a human thing that we tend to do. You might see it from a minority victim with the majority attacker, though. Oh, that could be true. Could it be true? Actually, I'm not sure. I don't know. I think minorities are racist against other minorities, too. I think minorities are hella racist against other... They might be more racist than majorities sometimes. We just don't see it as majority-type figures. Especially academically, it feels like we push white versus the world a lot. White versus the world, white versus the world, white versus the world. And we tend to miss a lot of the complicated racist interactions between other minority groups as well. So, but I don't know, maybe. What is so funny?
Wait, hold
Oh shit, you want me to order this stupid fucking thing?
on.
Yep.
What the Mel?
Wait, why?
It's just crazy.
Okay.
Isn't it?
Yeah. Do you want size queen or size twin?
I feel like size queen should be fine, right?
Do you want light gray or dark blue?
Like gray. Just look at the when it delivers. And take that one.
Both of them are coming in like 2 days. Wait, you want the twin one, not the queen one? Well, you didn't even choose.
Hold on, I still have the gray one.
What?
I still have the gray one.
Twin or queen? Which size?
Queen.
Okay.
Show me the colors.
It's this. Either light gray, dark gray, or this blue thing.
Oh, I don't even know. The blue thing is completely different. Take the light gray.
Okay. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Be mindful.
They're just taking comfy, Mel, because this... Hey, ropes are so good.
Be careful.
It's a robe.
I know, I'm just saying, be careful. You don't want it to be mail time.
What the hell?
Stop. Jesus. Okay. Hold on, let me order this. Yeah? Ooh. Wait, I need one of these. Where is this gonna go to? Is it gonna go to the package room if it's like a mini couch?
I think it's probably gonna go up here.
Yeah, they're not bringing it up here. Good one.
You sure?
Alright, it'll be here in 2 days. Okay. I need to eat tonight, and I need to gym before 8 because it closes early. So I could cut my stream now and go do that, and then come back, and then we can watch these 2 videos. Or we could just trooper through, and then I cut my stream at like 6:37. What do you think? What's a better idea? What have you been doing lately? What changed? We've been cutting. Well, the problem is this gym closes at like 8 to 11, so I have to like cut my stream early to go work out, unless I do it in the morning. But we've been watching The Last of Us at night and everything, so it's hard to. The gym hours are just really shitty here, so it's kind of fucking me hard. We watched episode 4 last night, though. It's okay. I think 5 is out now, or 6?
6.
6 is out now, so we have 2 more to go. August has spoken. What did August say? That lucky camper Pepe laugh.
Steve?
What?
The mouse.
Think so?
Yeah.
Come back later is better. That's what he said.
We're gonna go eat? What do you wanna eat?
Fogo de Mels?
Really?
Ching, 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 ching.
Stop! They don't even know about ching ching ching.
Good.
You have to explain what that is.
No, I don't.
They're all thinking it's something else.
August can make a short compilation of giving your positions on popular discourse and pin it to the front page of your YouTube channel. That way it's right up for... I think August had a formula for doing stuff that we should do when it comes to reacting to political news events. I just need to find a way to figure out what's interesting to react to for the day. I'm not good at that right now, like figuring it out. He types like a million fucking things, so I can never fucking... An interesting process to follow that capitalizes on things that I'm good at would be like, let's say some breaking news thing happens. So we watch the news, we consume it, I give my take on it. Orbiters would probably come in to argue about it, or like would give their takes on it. Then when I do viewer call-ins for that day, I make sure that the viewer call-ins have to have questions about or arguments about my particular takes or orbiter takes on the thing. If we want to, for part 4, we can do more research on the particular topic, and then that could filter out into part 5, which would be debating other people on it. We kind of already do all these things, but it would be, if this was a little bit more formulaic, it would probably be good for the channel to have like these things kind of like broken out into different parts, I think. The only thing I had to figure out like what the initial news stuff would be to cover. I never know what's gonna be interesting or wasting time. Like I think the balloon shit was really boring, but some people are like hyper fixated on the balloon shit. Okay. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit. I think like 2.5 hours. Let's go with that. Eat, gym, come back, stream. We'll do these videos, okay? That's what we're doing. Be careful. I love you guys. Fuck Europeans, guys. Also, while I'm gone, everybody do me a favor. I need you to focus on and think about, center yourself on your anti-blackness. Remember that. Analyze it. Be better.